Move to approve 12 amended adjustments be made to year 2022 in the CIC financial software program.
Was that in our acknowledgements, correct?
It's in your book, yeah, it's, from the auditors. They had 12 audit adjustments from last year that need to be made just for correction, which we didn't typically do this before with the motion, but the auditor recommended that you guys make a motion to perform those audit adjustments, and then we just basically input them into CIC and it's corrected.
And just basically balancing out the vote.
Yeah.
So,
Didn't affect any cash
you've read through
flows.
it.
I'm sorry.
You've read through it.
Angie and I talked about it a little bit,
Okay.
and they've always had adjustments every year, but we've never had to approve it.
Yeah.
Like we're being asked to approve it this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with Phil being here next week, we can, if we got any questions, we can ask, but it's just moving funds into the proper location. So.
And I have audit books for you from the auditors, email them up, so you'll each have a book if you want to take out and review it. The audit has been complete.
Right.
Oh, also move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Meeks, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Based on recommendation of Emergency Management Director to authorize Director Chairman to sign payroll notice for Martin Ernest, Communication Technician, full-time, step change, completion of IPP certification from 55-4 to 55-5, a wage from $26.93 to $27.46, effective 7/1 of 23.
You know, this is one, Mr. Chairman, he started here 2/9/23, and this is 7/1, so that's only 4.5 months. For our policy handbook says 6 months before we can make any change in payroll. I know Heidi's here, so I don't know if she'd have any comment on that or not. Then we've got another back here that we've got a request. That's 4.5 months also. And I didn't get a chance to talk to Wade. I didn't see these dates on these until this morning. So I'm gonna talk to Wade, and I know Wade will be back in here probably later, but since we got this one and another one,
Just table it.
maybe we ought to table it until we see what Wade tells us.
Table those two.
Yeah.
7/1, 2/13. So we'll have we got one of we got one here we could go with. Am I right, John?
Yes,
Yep, I'm trying to find the name here.
and the one on, we're on Chris Lawson. He's been here since 9/14 of 22, so he's been here about 10 months, and he's completed the KLETC, which I'm not exactly sure what those letters stand for. But,
That's the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center.
okay. I knew it would have something to do with law enforcement, of course. That one there would qualify under our handbook.
Based on the recommendation of the sheriff, authorize Director Chairman to sign payroll notice for Chris Lawson, deputy, full-time, step change, promotion, completion of KLETC certification, or classification from, you just moved me. There we go.
Sorry, oh.
Yeah, where'd that go? Whoops. Classification from 40-1 to 40-2, wage from $20.96 to $21.36, effective 7/1/23.
I'll also move.
I'll second.
Moved by me, seconded by you. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. So we table two. I believe that is it for miscellaneous motions.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Zoning administrator, hey, you're up.
I don't have any paperwork for you. This is all just discussion. The planning board's been talking about it for a couple of months, so I put planning board discussion on there. They were talking about wanting to hire on retainer a planning consultant to be able to help us with some big projects that we could have coming up in the future. One was talking about price. The last time we had a planning consultant on retainer was 2021, and the price was $75.49 per hour. And what we've used them in the past for was to help us update our book, help us with different legislature things that came up, like statutes, just to keep on those. And then also, our book is out of date. From the approach that it was given back in early 2000s, it was good, but now we need to think about other approaches to be able to help us get through things. When you have to go through two cases to be able to get one big industrial project done, that's quite a bit for an applicant to have to go through. So if you could go to update your book with the more industrial uses to make it more modernized, that would be more beneficial and helpful to the board than us to go through one case instead of two. And, and also too, it helps like when questions come up related to our books that are off the wall, from a random question, like, I don't have one off the top of my head, but a random question that's just not black and white. It's nice to be able to bounce stuff off of somebody that knows your book as well as you do, to be able to get to a good solid ground to be able to help the person ask the question.
Like the factor findings.
That would be a good example of one that the board does struggle with. We have revised them several times in the last just 5 years. Right now, they're still hard to get through. That would be a good one that we could get help with to be able to get through. Discussion of a building code you guys have been talking about. You potentially could hire a planning consultant to help with that if you wish, if they have the expertise to do that. So the planning board's wanting to know your permission. They obviously don't want to do it this year. They obviously know budget constraints and stuff. They were hoping that we could start looking for somebody this year and then not ask for any money from that until next year. Not sorry. And then when we get them on board, also do another thing they've been bringing up is a comprehensive plan. Yes, that does cost quite a bit of money. So that'd be a couple of years down the road, build a plan for and be able to put in the budget. And the comprehensive plan, what it would help us do would be, we get target specific areas in the county and say, this would look good for industrial, this would look good for homes, this would look good for ag, kind of thing. And then when we get cases come in, based off the comprehensive plan, we can go, yeah, this doesn't have it now, it's all ag right now. But we decided in our comprehensive plan that it would be good for industrial, so it would go in keeping with what you had. Or if it's totally ag and it's better suited for industrial now, you would just change your plan. So, but you have something guiding you along to be able to have when these big projects pop up, to be able to help them come in easier.
Do you have enough time to wait until the end of the year to look at a consultant for this? I mean, that's with what's going on up north, I'm kind of hesitant to wait till the end of the year.
We only suggested waiting because of the budget constraints. We didn't want to push something on you guys because of that. If you wanted us to push forward sooner, they'd be willing to do that too. So, but we wanted to ask you guys first before they went into hope trying to find somebody. And when they did try to find somebody, they were going to invite you guys to the meeting. So you guys can also, if you want to ask questions or if you have questions, they after them to see how that they would fit for Coffee County or what they can provide us. And that's what the approach they would like to take, the information.
That'd be the only current concern I have, is if we got enough time, I mean, with what's potentially could happen. Kicking the can down the highway is only gonna complicate things a little bit, in my eyes. I don't know.
I agree with that, and that was gonna be my question. And you said the last time was $70, $75.50 an hour, basically. Are we still in the same ballpark? Can we check that out?
I haven't had I had one and I called and he hasn't called me back yet. So I don't know if that's quite in the ballpark or not per hour, but that's what we paid last.
How many hours are you talking about?
It's just on so what I would propose would be do a contract for it. And in that contract you lay out this is how much you're gonna pay per hour, and then, you could lay out a time frame if you wanted to, but the hours depends upon how big the project is. Depends on how much research they have to do to help us get there. The comprehensive plan, obviously, is gonna take a couple of years to do. Because how involved it is. There are some pieces we've been told that have been started, so we wouldn't have to start from square one. We have a couple pieces to be able to put into it now, but that piece would take a lot more time and money. The updates to the book, it just depends how much you're gonna do at one time, would be the best way to answer that. When we updated the book on bare minimum updates, on old prices, it was about $1,000, give or take. And you guys capped it at that. And then the old consultant was good about working with us on that. I did a lot of typing and helping us get what was more economical for us to go and do it too. So it would be up to you guys on how much time you felt you needed a cap or not. And it wouldn't be on a weekly basis. I think it'd be on more of a monthly, if not a couple month basis. It just depends what we got going on, how often we use this person.
If the county's done this before, Heidi,
Yes.
retain somebody.
Back in 2000 was the first time you guys retained, it was Disney Foster. He was the one that did our book originally, and he was on retainer until 2021. So you had done it for 21 years prior to December of 2021.
And why did it go away in December?
There's,
Answer that question when they asked it, sorry.
yeah, there's
Some issues around it.
legal reasons why the county,
So, and I remember now, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wondered now, is it something we need to, like, have her contact several firms and send it out for bid?
I think I can work with Heidi. I think it's important that you have a consultant that deals with that side of things. And then you're in that line of work with what you
Well,
do.
roughly, I mean, yeah, all land development stuff.
Yeah, but you can provide valuable insight into it as well. So I think, and that's why you're here too.
Yeah,
And behind the scenes, I've been to several meetings, and I know he's pushing that because it's important. In an overall, maybe the 40,000 foot viewpoint, that all of these things are in place before you end up live in a meeting and then have to make decisions that you can't make in a 2-hour time window. So I think everybody can get together and sort of put out maybe some feelers across the region, and you may have some ideas on your side too.
I mean, is it right? Yes.
Yeah, you bet, you bet.
Yeah, so, basically, I mean, from my experience, anything like this, a county or other jurisdictions either gonna have a number of staff that are experts in this area. Even then, they would still reach out to consultants. I can tell you, I worked in a wastewater plant for Johnson County Wastewater. We have tons of engineers and everything, but anything new, anything that takes a lot of specialized looking at, use consultants. So that's kind of the baseline of what we're looking at. There are a couple of things that I think county hasn't had to rely on in the past for zoning and stuff like that. And that's maybe why we've been able to get by with the comprehensive plan that was completed whenever they put in the lake. But my opinion, it's a good thing, but hopefully stuff is coming down the line. So now is definitely the time to be looking at long-term, what is the roadmap for the county? Type of thing, what areas are going to be what, you know, where's placed where. If we get somebody on retainer right now, basically what they can be is they can help us on the immediate stuff, but they can also help us lay out the road plan for the bigger items. So they might come up with like a comprehensive plan with a huge task. They might, you know, be able to help us come up with okay, here's, instead of doing it this way, let's go ahead and attack it a little bit different on creating a comprehensive plan. Because you can hire somebody to do it. That's going to be the most expensive way. Because we're not going to be involved or anything. It's just going to come back with the same. But having a consultant on board, someone that we can work with, really helps us out. And hopefully, you know, lessen the cost in the overall, especially the work that I and others can do on it. So, but the big thing is my experience with the zoning here is zoning meetings shouldn't take that long to get their case. And
I agree.
I think that getting some new perspective from a newer consultant might be able to help us go through our book, look to see if there's a bunch of stuff in there that's not really, yes, applicable to zoning, but maybe not applicable to Coffee County type of thing. You know, they would have the expertise to help us streamline some of that stuff. Really the background of what we're trying to get to. So what we're asking for is just your guys' okay to move forward. That way we didn't do a bunch of work with you guys. Lay the hammer down and say no.
Well, that's the first thing I said when I was a liaison for the zoning and planning. I was like, whew, y'all make it pretty complicated for somebody to try to come in here and build within our county, even the house, you know. And if the person can streamline this, make it a little more user-friendly, applicant-friendly, because if it's not applicant-friendly, it's probably not gonna happen, because they're gonna get tired of the red tape and throw it in the trash can and move on to another county.
So is this something looking at tens of thousands or thousands?
Which piece? Remember that?
The comprehensive plan as well as,
If you had consultants do it on their own, you're looking at the efforts of $100,000. If it's just them doing it themselves, none of our input, and that's a very rough basis, because it could be more than that, depends what all you want in it. There's different pieces and aspects of it that you can put in or not put in. So, but if we had someone on our team that could help us, we could help them we could kind of write it, and then they can kind of look at it and go, you should add some more here, or should, you know what I mean, and then it wouldn't be as costly, but I don't know the price figure on it, because I don't know how much time you guys, and that's, you're gonna have to devote to it.
thank you to those much time in this planning board and your thank you. And it's something we need to see bids on, sound like, or do you?
Yeah. Sure. I would say it's a professional service, but you also want to get the best bang for your buck. And you don't want someone who doesn't have extensive knowledge in this particular arena, because you could also get somebody who would potentially, hypothetically, send in a low bid to be the best bid, but they don't have the knowledge base that you want. Is that a fair way of saying it? So being able to properly vet someone who would put in a bid, I think is the key part of all of it. And, you know, someone who's done this in, let's say, the Johnson County area, who's done this in a wide arena, is somebody that would probably be better suited works with EFIP versus somebody who is just getting started and wants to make a name of themselves.
How's Emporia set up? Have you visited with them? Lyon County, I guess I should say. I mean, because the last thing I want is some Johnson County suit coming in here and making Johnson County rules in Coffee County.
I can tell you that wouldn't happen. And
No, I hope not, but.
because with the process of us selecting one, specific questions we would ask and the knowledge base that I do have from doing it for the past couple of years, we'd be able to see who's coming in. I don't think we would, if we did hire someone from there, we'd be able to tell what rules were coming in and go, that doesn't sound right for Coffee County. We'd be able to revamp it and fix it before it got put into place, I feel. So we'd still do that, so.
Is there any way, pardon, is there any way you're looking at where it'd be 700-800 hours a year for this position and also the next year and the third year? The reason I ask that, if you get 700 hours, times your 75, you're a full-time job then almost, value-wise. Can you find some young person that's had the degree work in college coming out that we could use full-time, or is that something to even consider? I'm not trying to throw a wrinkle in there.
I'm not trying to disqualify college people. We all have good degrees. But if you get someone right out of college, they're not going to have the experience in the field of that field of study.
Okay.
They're not going to be able to know kind of like what works and what doesn't work for certain counties.
That'd be the negative side to it, I
Yes,
understand that.
that would be the negative side with that.
But I don't want to end up spending $80,000 or $90,000 for a part-time job too, which that may be the best buck you'd ever spend, to have somebody that's got all the knowledge. So,
I would add to that maybe that by starting out with the consultant, that's something that they can, help assist with. Because really, one of the things we're looking at is evaluating kind of their recommendations. If you're having, I think to some extent you'd have a little bit of a philosophy change. So the previous consultant had, their philosophy. Every consultant's going to have their own kind of twist on philosophy. So they'd be able to look at it, and that's definitely something they can look at and, hey, long-term, it does make sense for to add this staff or something like that. That's recommendations that they can get. I was also going to say, on the cost, again, I know there's probably other limitations set up that I'm not aware of with how you guys do stuff here, but whenever we do something with a contractor or a consultant on retainer, is they're able to spend so much money, but then if it's a bigger project or anything that will cost over a certain amount, it by default has to come back to the board to approve that, that larger sum. So
That's the way our what is it, professional services, under $10,000? Is that right, Wade?
Well, with exceptions. My opinion would be you cast a wide net to identify who is a subject matter expert in that particular arena, and you may get somebody from Manhattan, Salina, Wichita, Johnson County, and I only use Johnson County as an example because that's where he is, but I think you have a number of subject matter experts within the state who can then provide whatever expertise they can to the county, and then you vet them from there. It's kind of like going and buying a car. You're not just going to flat out buy a car without going and test drive it, and what you're getting, because you need to do that with this too. And then at that point in time, you have the consultant side of it. They can also aid and assist in the comprehensive plan. That's a benefit, but you may want somebody different to do the comprehensive plan that's more suited for that particular area.
So the next question is, do we have time to wait until year end to do this? I say no. I don't think we do.
don't shake your head, say,
No.
We got those.
I think.
I mean, from my perspective, I would agree with you gentlemen because of all the possible development and scenarios, especially if I think about if we, the guys last week that wanted to buy the land up there, wanted to develop a motel and residential district. So now we're mixing zoning types now, plus we've got agriculture, plus we still have industrial right there. So this token expertise is something they can talk about. To me, it's something we need to have on board to get us guided through that, as it starts to really take off.
They just didn't wanna push you guys to give all the, exactly.
Yeah, appreciate it. So I understand that, but, you know, that was the key thing was, I mean, understanding budgets, because we don't know how much it'll cost. We haven't gone to that step yet. That's why we were more or less just wanting the okay for the, but we definitely would take a, you know, yes, move forward, we can do that, come up with a plan, or, you know, discuss with you guys more what that plan might look like instead of waiting a year. Yeah, so I mean, development has the possibility to move.
I think we wait 6 more months, we're gonna be 6 more months behind the curve.
You know, coming up with that priority list of things, finance, you know, how can we streamline that and make that easier and better? Finding the fact.
Because that is the ultimate
Oh, yes.
hour at least of
The time
sitting.
killer, yeah.
It's the time killer.
That's just like the housing person that came before us last week. We have no idea who's gonna be walking through that door in the next, the next month or two. And I think, I don't think there's any question, you're probably right on the, right, bringing a professional in versus a young person full-time. So I can fully understand why that might be the best choice at this time.
And with the blend that we've got possibly going on, Nathan's absolutely right. We want somebody to help us weed out those gray areas where we, you know, we keep it agriculture where we need to keep it agriculture, and work on our transition zones within our cities, kind of firm that stuff up. While we may have industry.
Yeah, I'd say, that's the,
I would say it's not gonna cost anything to do the interview process, the putting feelers out. Then you can gather numbers and come back to us later on and say, this guy, or, you know, we're gonna interview this guy, 1 or 2, you and Wade, and y'all and Wade, and 1 or 2 commissioners can be present for it, whatever. And, unless we do a interview on Monday, all of us can be part of the, either a work session or, behind closed doors. So, I would say,
Special one,
I think that's the general consensus of the
I have
commission.
no problem moving.
yeah, I agree.
You know, I think waiting till January 1st might be, part of it might be negative, so we just, like I said, we don't know who's gonna walk through that front door. And,
Appreciate you folks thinking ahead on this, because we've got about more than we can think about, trying to, you know, everybody's gotta keep things moving along.
We're all on the same team.
There's 2 words all of it's coffee county.
That's right, that's right. Yep, for sure. Well, keep us updated.
we sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you very
much. Thanks, Nate.
Health Department, Amelia, you're up. Good morning,
Good morning, everybody.
President Council.
Okay, so the first item, DED, Wade and I wanted to discuss a little bit about this. So, as, you can talk first, and then I'll do the answers.
Yeah.
So, I've been working with the health department for a couple months. Here's some quotes to begin with. You guys can share that. Okay.
So on the quotes, the first one that's listed for the unit price, that's if they were ordered individually. The second number for unit price is if they were
ordered as a group. So that means that it has to have the same mailing address for delivery and, those are for invoice as a group, not business individually.
So for background purposes, the second handout you got are the identified entities within Coffee County that utilize IEDs. And there's a black area,
AEDs, not IEDs.
or AEDs, sorry.
Where's this gonna go off with a bomb?
The AEDs. Now, you'll see some of those include, for example, on the bottom of the second sheet, that identify who has them. St. Francis Church. On the other sheet, Radiant Life, USD 245, USD 243. And although those entities are listed, they want to be a part of the discount price. So what would happen is the county would purchase these entities would agree to pay the county back, because the goal is to get the discounted price of $15.35 for 50 plus. And if my numbers were correct, there's approximately 54 that would need to be purchased, and that would include all of these other entities. Now, you may ask, why are we doing this? Well, there is a useful life for AEDs, and all of the entities that are involved are either at or beyond the expiration date for their useful life. So it's something that has to occur. For example, let's use there's an AED downstairs in the hallway right by the security station. If someone were to use the AED that's existing there, and for whatever reason, if after its useful life, and the batteries on the inside do not work, then you have a problem. Do not want that to happen, and that's the best way I can explain it.
So let's go over, you said on the bottom of the third page was the ones that wanted to be part of it, that would pay the county for it, is that right?
So everybody on the list wants to be a part of it. I use Radiant Life, which is a church. I use St. Francis, which is a church. Probably Four Rivers, Wolf Creek, Burlington Police Department. Those entities would all have to pay for their own AEDs, but they want to be a part of the discounted price, if that makes sense.
No.
So same thing with USD 243, USD 245, they would pay for their own.
How many were purchasing?
About
54.
54.
That was probably wrote in something I did.
No.
I just, yeah, it's not written anywhere. It's just,
50 plus is 15.
50 plus, shouldn't be.
And there's not 54 listings here. Where's the rest of those coming? Where's the rest?
so,
There are.
Or some of them getting 2 or 3?
It's in the black area that's blacked out, has those figures, but I blacked it out and I did that for my own reasons.
Okay.
But it's a total of 54, the numbers do add up to 54. And I think behind the scenes it's being worked out with all of these entities. They will sign something saying that they will reimburse the county, and they will not get their AED from the county if reimbursed. But it's important enough. I was gonna wait to bring this up later because I know it's budget time, but I think after having a conversation with Amelia that whether it's budget time or not, it needs to be addressed now.
yeah, because the average life expectancy for AED, according to the American Hospital Association, they recommend replacing them every 5 years. I believe it's 8 years. we do perform checks on them. So businesses are supposed to perform a daily check, and that's pretty much just pushing the button and making sure that it runs through the cycle and says, okay, with a green check mark. And then once a month, and once a quarter, we do checks as well.
What's the delivery time on it? You know, one of those 6 months or a year deal?
I am not 100% sure on delivery time, but I can request that.
And as you'll see, just for public consumption, the MSRP on a single AED is $21.45. If you purchase 50 or more, that unit price ends up going down to $15.35 a unit, which is why it's important to consider this option not only for the county, but for all of the other entities that are going to be a part of the request as well.
Suitable for.
Well, that's $30,000 right there.
Well, yeah, it saves everybody and it keeps them safe.
So we would need the cabinets and the signs for all of them, and the existing ones that we have. Am I assuming you would need new cabinets and signs for all of them, correct? So that price is you're gonna have 167 apiece added on there for each unit, correct?
Yeah, and I know that there are some that, some businesses that do not use the wall cabinet, because they have their own storage space for it.
Okay.
So we don't have quantities on the alarm cabinet and the 3 diagonal wall signs. Is that times 54, is that times 1?
I will have to get this.
To try to get a total cost?
Yeah.
It's just the AED is $82,890.
82,890, I bet we'll need to add $155 to each one,
Well, they gotta have a cabinet already.
which is gonna be another $8,000 or $9,000.
We're getting reimbursed for quite a few.
Right.
And from my understanding, all of the businesses have it within their funds to be able to purchase these, except for one that they said that they will figure something out on them.
So they would decide then whether they need the cabinet and the signage. So that would be a number that would just have to be determined after you talk with all the people involved, right? Including us too, I assume. We probably wouldn't need them for all of them, I wouldn't think.
That was my question. Are our cabinets
Right.
okay with what we have to put a new box in, or a new AED in?
I can look into that further
Okay.
and get an answer for you guys.
Because that could turn into a substantial
Yeah.
amount more money if it's not needed, no need to spend it for functionality.
These people probably think that you need their new cabinet. Yes.
Do you currently have a number that's gonna, where they'll pay us back? Because like the school there, there's 8 of them to be paid for, church will be paid for. Is 20 of them or 25 of them gonna be paid back?
So, Sheila is actually, she's been working on this, but this was prior to me coming. And what, was explained to me is that it's already within, like, these businesses, like even within the county, that it's already within their each department's budget. There's just one business that might need some assistance. But they said they had no problem coming in, they're figuring out how to get it taken care of.
Are there any other businesses out there we need to make contact with? It's already got them, that would want to update one. I know the co-op's got one in their main office, whether they want to update or not.
So the list here, so, AEDs are supposed to be registered through the state, so if like a business purchases an AED, they're, supposed to notify, hey, we have one in our business, this is where it's located at, so if there was an emergency, you can pull it up and see, hey, there's one right here. So these that are listed are all ones that are registered with the state. And those are the businesses that we reached out to. would you like for me to get, numbers on wall cabinets and signs before?
I think you can tentatively approve moving forward, and then once a concrete figure is put in place, then come back and,
Well, it sounds like if they're out that far outdated, there's no sense in waiting, we just need it
yeah.
to roll here.
Try to get our numbers, you know.
So I suggest this is a quote, let's get a final figure. Once we get that final figure with the approval from first responders that have a final
Bid.
quote.
Yeah, suppose you have to check with this manufacturer as far as whether people's existing cabinets are gonna be a workable situation.
If there's a charging system in that cabinet, that cabinet's gotta be plugged in, and that charge's gotta be charging the batteries all the time, like a Tinder, or is it?
It's just an internal battery, and the batteries have to be replaced every so often.
No charge.
So the checks that you do to, make sure that it's functioning correctly is like a system test, pretty much, and that checks the battery life on it.
And I think you could probably explain it better than I can, but my understanding is, one may say, well, what, although it has a life cycle on it, who's to say you couldn't go use one right now that's beyond that? And you're playing Russian roulette, I guess is the best way to put it, because you go use it and it may work, but what if you're at that one time when it doesn't work? And we don't want to play Russian roulette with people's lives.
Right.
What the answer is. So that's why it's important for this to be considered and be addressed.
Well, yeah, people are dependent on it to work if they're putting it into action, so.
So that's why it's being
It's
brought
better
up.
not to have it versus having one that doesn't work.
That's exactly that. I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same results are gonna happen.
Yeah.
If you don't have one, or you have one that doesn't work.
If you're relying on them to be in place and strategically be placed across the county, you want them to be reliable work.
Because you are liable if they don't work.
Yeah, that's a whole other.
Yeah.
Well, sounds
That's a
like
whole
we,
other story I bet I'm right on.
sounds like we all agree to address.
Yeah. And then we're kind of beating it up, but, so they're like that single source, I mean, there's very few companies that sell it.
There's very few that specialize in this area. There was another quote and it was substantially higher. And they're the entities that provide these within the state.
Okay.
Good enough.
I think that's adequate for me, that's for sure.
More information?
Okay, so I will proceed with that then. Give you my information. So I guess the next thing is the mental health board. There was some questions last week on it.
It was just in the budget, last year's request was $300,000, this year it's $300,000 again. And we just, I can remember that question now, but I approached Wade about it.
My question was $300,000. What is that $300,000?
That's what the
So
question.
I think there was a little bit of confusion with the difference between mental health board mental health board and the wellness program. So the wellness program is something completely different. So they're the ones that does like the 5K wellness waddle, employee retreat, and then Splash Bash was thrown in there. That was actually a mini grant that was through the health department. So it's kind of three different budgets. So the mental health board, this originated in 2018 when Lindsay Pear was the health department administrator. I have not been to a meeting yet because the last meeting that they held was, back in March. So I had pulled their strategic plan and reviewed, what they had submitted for the budget previously, and I just based it off of that, just because I have not been able to meet with the board, the mental health board yet. And I know that Wade probably has a little more knowledge about it, and that he has attended some of the meetings, not all of them.
So there were a number of meetings, once the money was allocated to the mental health wellness board. And they had a strategic plan that had been put in place, and COVID hit, and then everything sort of came to a screeching halt, and the health department focused on COVID. The next meeting since COVID was in March to get it sort of revived, and my understanding is when we pulled the numbers, Billy and I were in the office, we requested Jessica, where is this money, how much money is sitting there, what's it been used for? And present time, as you see on your fund balance sheet, it's just under, should be just under $800,000 or something, because each year, $300,000 is been sitting in 3, 6, 9, and at this point in time, that money is sitting there idle. The mental health wellness board has not met the last 2 months because Jeff Wine, Tom Johnson, Carl was a part of it when it first started.
We licensed in March, we gotta send back again.
There were people from the hospital, Crosswinds, mental health, and we're in the process of putting together new bylaws and putting together a new strategic plan, because what the plan was originally when COVID, right before COVID, has completely been turned around, and Amelia is now part of that. So
Previous monies have been spent a lot on education, like the school staff, how to de-escalate issues, things of that nature. They're sending some conferences and where to bring them up, and they also use that money to also sponsor mental health first aid, whether it was the adolescents or the older children also. Back in March when we met, we used it as a reorganization meeting to get back going again. It's mainly had some folks there from Crosswinds, because Crosswinds has now got a program in which they get federal funding for, that they got an intern, not an intern, but employee that comes in and helps with mental health first aid within the jail. And then we have parts on district court that's involved with it also, Judge Wine.
So the suggestion would be for that particular branch of the health department for the mental health wellness board, is we consider whether continuing to pump $300,000 per year is the best use of those resources right now. It may be that it needs to be to continue in the future, but right now, until the mental health wellness board reorganizes, figures out how the flag needs to be planted in the ground, and what direction the mental health wellness board is going to go, that maybe a fraction of that $300,000 continue to be put into that fund, but right now not $300,000. And I was trying to figure out what amount that might be, maybe $25,000, and then the remainder can be reallocated, especially considering budget constraints and what's currently ongoing. And we briefly talked about that, Amelia and I, but we didn't come up with a figure. 25,000 maybe, to keep it going, but then redistribute that remainder somewhere else. That would be my suggestion.
It seems like a lot to me for $300K to go to mental wellness, and then we give $99,000 to Crosswinds, and $50,000 to some other organization, $70,000 to another organization, and it's all mental illness. So, you know, so it's like you're spending $600,000. I mean,
some of those areas might be a lot more important than where this money going.
Right.
That's just my thought.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I am new as well. you know, in this budget thing, and I just look at them, $300K to mental wellness for Coffee County, you know,
Mental
99
wellness
to
board that started out initially with the schools was also part of it, where we had school counselors, school psychologists, people like that, so we could work with individuals so they could address it right there with the youth, with their troubled youth that they may be having going on. And each of the school districts did have somebody who was part of it. I know that the counselors were part of it, the school psychologist was part of it at one time, because we started to refocus. There was things we was wanting to work on within the jail system that we was talking about, and we was kicking around other ideas. A lot of it was spent on how we get our curriculum within the school system, within our public, like law enforcement, training on how to handle when they have a hot mental health issue or a crisis going on, whether it's a school or within the jail, more training or out in the field. That's how it all started out, and we do have a lot of different areas, but they was all contributing. That's how it originally started. That's how we got it focused, and we're going through momentary reorganization where we focused outward and see where we need to go.
But, I mean, I realize mental health is the #1 issue in the world today. I mean, I understand that. I'm just trying to.
I was thinking more of the comments, the other activities she named.
Right.
I didn't know all the things that.
But it's okay, no, it's,
Yeah.
that's why I came
So
back in
that
real quick.
that I listed off, those are from a complete different budget area. It's not within the mental wellness board, which I can see where it can be confused because it has like the lowest and stuff.
Okay.
Maybe evaluate the name of
Okay,
it.
I understand now.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that part, so.
Yeah.
So the purpose of the reorganization is to put a plan in place to then present to the board so that everybody here is comfortable with what direction that board is going. And those funds that are in that mental health wellness fund will be utilized appropriately with the board, with the county's permission. And that's the goal. But right now, it's sort of in an idle position until everything gets put in place.
We're going through the reorganization
Okay.
to refocus it.
And the
I mean,
strategic
they've
plan
addressed it
is,
really well.
yes, and the strategic plan is from 2018, whenever, June of 2018, whenever it was first initially, tried out.
When we took a look at this here 2 weeks ago, I went back and looked at the 2019, and it's been 2 years. You know, I don't know how it ever got started, you know, whether it started in 2010 or 2005, or what, but it's been, I know the last 5 years, it's been 280 or higher. That's no reason to keep it going either, so.
Well, and I apologize on that, because I had asked Amelia for the budget for the mental health wellness, or mental health, yeah, not mental wellness, or mental wellness board. And had I looked at that fund sheet, I probably would not have asked her for that, because I don't see that you need that much money in there either at this point in time. So we may want to look at where you want to put that $300,000. I was thinking this was falling under the general fund, and I went back and looked, and we did set up a separate fund for that. So that money is sitting there.
So there's $738,000 sitting in that, when it doesn't need anywhere near that.
Not right now, maybe once the plan gets put in place, and you guys.
But that's something you can budget for every year.
Right, sure.
Okay. And that's why he's suggesting 25,000 going there to keep that moving part as of now, and then we can use that other 275 for everybody else's increases for wages and whatnot they got in the budget.
But there's 700 and some thousand sitting in it right now. Does there need to be 700 and some thousand sitting in that account now?
Do we just need to move it down?
Move it down to 100,000 and take 638,000 and move it over to the general to,
Or go back to the original seed money of 300, leave 300 there, and then do what, because when we had our meetings, the conversation was, I thought the entire time there was only 300,000 sitting in that account. And then I was surprised to find out there's.
That was
Oh, wait,
our
what was
initial
that?
allocation, but within the original plan, I mean, when they started training people out, they sent several people out of each school district for training. So the money was being utilized in a timely manner. And some of that money, I could be wrong, but they used to bring in some speakers to talk to the school staff. And the reason being is at that time, is to try to address the issues when they're youth, and identify it, to get it in at youth, so we can stop them, so they don't have to see Wade, or give them tools, so they don't have to see Wade later in life, or a lot later in life.
And wasn't there a study conducted by Greenbush?
Yes.
So there was a community health assessment that was performed, and what that, showed was just what the needs of our community was, and mental health was one of them.
Right.
And that study was performed back in 2017.
I was part of that with Lindsay at that time, and that was the number one issue that I identified even with the hospital, because even during the time, some of that money may have been targeted towards the hospital, so that, involuntary submissions, they had a room and people trained at the hospital for involuntary submissions, they would determine that.
Yeah, voluntary training.
Yeah, there's some terminology that's false, not, I apologize. That's okay.
Sounding professional to me.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that.
Well, so I mean, so some of that, when we started it, when it was like that, there was things going on, something fell through, something happened, COVID happened, and it offset stuff. But mental wellness is something that's very, we really need within the community. It's a well-needed service. And we had the right people at the table, we just gotta get the organization back in order.
Well, we want it for our, obviously for the best of our citizens, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
also an investment that, like I say, that we don't end up spending money on it. Wade's department, and,
Right.
you know, jail facilities, and all this other things, I mean, you know.
Now, this is an appropriate conversation. I
Very
totally agree.
important, yeah.
I totally agree with that.
That board can always come back and ask for more funding later on down the road, but there needs to be something identifiable where that money's going instead of just sitting in it. And that's why we want to bring this here.
True.
That's helpful information.
Well, I don't know, I would say leave the original 300 in it, and move everything back over to the general fund, that way it's there. I mean, it's not gone.
No.
It's still sitting in an account somewhere. It's just not earmarked for that department right at the moment, other than 300.
If we had some other departments that are maybe short on funds, we could move down 25. All the departments are in pretty good shape fund-wise.
Yeah.
That'd probably be the best, move down to 300.
Do we need to have a motion for that?
Just simply moving from one fund to another fund, that way there's a paper trail when someone says, well, where's that money? You can do a search, or you can do a search and say, yeah, we did that on mistake.
So the 102 to 001.
I mean, either that, or at least you know it's there, you can always transfer it out of it.
So when, it's probably a question for Angie more so, but, so when somebody, pick a department, treasurer, or whatever, their budget goes from, let's just use 350 to 400,000, is that extra 50,000 come out of the general fund? So if, I'll just pick a department, if their budget is normally 350, and this year they're wanting 400,000, where does that extra 50,000 come from? Doesn't it come from the general fund?
If their department is under the general fund and they're asking for more, we would levy that much more to get them the 50,000.
There's departments that it wouldn't come out of the general fund, but.
Right, like health department's a separate fund from the general. So we levy any extra they need to cover their department.
Oh, okay,
And so mental wellness is a separate fund. And
okay. I'm with you, I'm
yeah,
with you 100%.
so we would levy
Okay.
extra to cover them.
Right.
So,
Thought,
do we,
not having nothing new, he was just a thought I had, and I didn't want to think so.
so I guess back to my question, it's already in the fund, it's sitting there, we know we can have access to it if needed.
You can leave it there, and if you need it, then you can tap into it, just my understanding.
Instead of making a big drastic change of moving 400,000 out of it into another fund.
The thing is, just to give you something to think about, is if you move it to the general fund, then at the end of the year, when we do year-end transfers, I'll probably capture that to transfer to another reserve. So if you wanna just leave it there,
Which,
It's not gonna get right away down.
when we ran the ledger through Jessica last week, that looks like what has been happening the last several years, is it came from reserves, and you had it set up to pull, so it would automatically populate that, unless I read it wrong. Do you have those sheets with you?
see, we transferred at the end of the year,
First one, 2023, and then
okay, that was a budgeted number.
So those are all budgeted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we budgeted for several, or for a couple years there, we budgeted 300,000, so.
So with that being said, we should probably just leave it, that is not populated this year. Not add to it.
Don't have to, and know that it's already in an account that we could access if we needed it.
Okay.
And we haven't gave Crosslands their money yet, which so we could pull it from there.
We could.
Well,
Thinking out loud.
Crosslands is under, we paid half JT mental health. So there's still 55,000 that they'll probably be requesting. But we had
They was
combined them.
99,000.
Right, we had combined them at one point, but then it was too confusing when they started out to know how much they were spending and how much we paid out to Crosslands, so we separated it. So,
That was just a thought, it's not a request.
Be a request to use some of it.
Well, that means, that's what I was getting at. You got them, you've got
You budget $300,000 a year in the one that's been, that's what Crosslands has been well.
that's what I say.
One of the areas, just maybe foreshadowing a bit, where one of the focus areas might be for use of this 300,000 or whatever it is now, is within the jail and having somebody who can come in tied to different money to meet the needs of inmates. Now, there's a liaison who comes in from Crossland, but they don't have the licensing to go in. All they do is meet with them and figure out what their mental health needs are, and then help get them set up for what they need, once they leave the jail.
Yeah.
Right, but within the jail, there is a continuing revolving door, and if you remember me asking, when Crossland was here, they utilized a lot of interns to go into the jail to meet with people. But then the end of the semester comes and they're gone. And then you have to hit the reset button. And that continuity of care for people who are suffering mental health needs within the jail is vitally important for their success. And so they don't end up right back in jail once they end up out. So that may be one of the focus areas with this mental health wellness board, is figuring out if there's a way to use this money to utilize some sort of,
License care.
right. And I know that's gonna be a focus, especially once you have that many beds within the jail. Because they're gonna have an area within the jail that they can meet with and treat people, not only medically, but mentally as well.
Very good.
And I would agree, just need probably something you can collect money on through the codes too, probably. I mean, that would encourage the health code.
And there may be grants out there that can also supplement that mental health issues nationwide.
Because the liaison has got a federal subsidy grant to the local community mental health centers across the state. I think Crosslands is the only one that got it. So that's how they utilize their people to do that.
For now, we're,
I'd just leave it alone for right
but we're
now.
not gonna add to it.
We're not.
So that 300,000,
You might pull a little bit out to finish off paying that JT out of that. I see no reason to pull it out of the general budget when we've got set in the mental wellness, mental health.
That would be the
account.
purpose, yeah.
I mean, it just makes sense to me. Right now. Thank you for the information.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome, hopefully that's good.
We're gonna be your first clients.
More each day.
Thank you, guys.
Now that you've been here, what, 3 months now?
No, I've only been here, what is today? Not even 2 months.
How's
It was a
everything?
month on the 22nd.
Is everything going good for you? And you got some more changes you need to be making, or
Yeah, so,
you're fully staffed now, so.
Is that correct?
we were fully staffed last week, but I did receive a resignation last night, from one of the full-time nurses. It was one of the new hires, so we might potentially be opening that position back up, but I don't have a plan yet since it's so fresh.
Sure.
Yeah, so, her reasoning for that was because, she was having to drive just a little over an hour, and she said that that was a little too much.
Reality deal,
Yeah, I think it took her having to
a lot of time.
take that drive for the first week or so for her to realize that she did not necessarily do
You
that.
took it on your day.
A lot of houses for sale.
I'm eager to have one of herself. But yeah, so I'm gonna reevaluate the office layout for that position, so I'm sure you guys, I'll give an update once I get that finished on it.
Okay.
So, yeah. Well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
I think it's break time. Good time for a break. How about come back at 10:20?
Yeah.
Break for 10:20. Be here all day, all right?
Okay.
That was a quick 12-minute break.
Time flies, I don't know.
So we tabled the two motions of the sheriff's office for the two individuals that had only been here a few months.
We're gonna have a conversation before we just got one.
We just got back. The way the two step changes, for the sheriff's office, one had been here for like 4 months,
So,
and the other one was management.
I will just say, similar to an employee starting with the county, not having a CDL, and then within, let's say, 4 months obtaining their CDL, there's an incentive to go from step 1 to step 2, because now you have specific training necessary to do the job. And if you had somebody that had a CDL come in, they would have started at a higher pay band anyway. So when you have law enforcement, and in this instance, individuals who have attended and are now certified law enforcement through the state of Kansas, that is a similar thing. So I think, my understanding, historically, the board has encouraged advancement in these instances, so going from step 1 to step 2 is merited.
right.
Okay. That gives us our explanation. So with that being said, we tabled, so the first one we tabled was upon recommendation of the emergency management director, move to authorize director chairman to sign payroll notice for Martin Ernst, communication technician, full-time, step change, completion of ITP, certification, or classification from 55-4 to 55-5, a wage from $26.93 to $27.46, effective 7/1/23.
I so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Thompson, seconded by Neets. Any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Upon the recommendation of the sheriff, move to authorize director chairman to sign payroll notice for Sheldon LaFleur, deputy full-time, step change promotion, completion of KLETC, classification from 40-1 to 40-2, wage of $20.96 to $21.36, effective 7/1/23.
Also move.
Moved by Neat, seconded by Knight. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
I'm gonna have a few more motions, but you can go ahead.
So that's those. Do we want to go into last week's,
So roundtable.
some roundtable?
So, one thing, probably that I'll hit on to begin with is, Sunset Internet. And last week, the board approved a revised offer to be submitted to, seal bidder, and that revised offer was, put in writing, submitted, and right now it's in the pending or acceptance stage. But it's still not going to be disclosed, at least today, because there are some conditions that were put in place that have to be followed through with. And once followed through with, then if those conditions meet the satisfaction of the sealed bidder, then the revised offer will go through. And hopefully by the end of this week, that information regarding the conditions will be relayed back to the county so that next week, all the information that everybody wants to know about what the revised offer was, what's been accepted, and what's happening with Sunset Manor will be able to, can be illuminated. The reason why it can't be done right now is a condition that has to be satisfied could potentially affect whether the ultimate deal goes through. So step one was the county received a sealed bid, the county counteroffered within the grand scheme of everything. There's always conditions, and I think we talked about it, but to summarize, if you're going to leave the refrigerator, if you're going to leave the washer and dryer, the lawnmower, those type of things, those are conditions that can be included in a real estate transaction, and they can be negotiated, and there are some of those conditions that are a part of the original sealed bid, the revised counter, and then once those conditions have been vetted out, then we'll know for certain whether the deal is going through. And that will be brought forward. Nobody's trying not to inform the public, but again, if something breaks down somewhere in the process, then we don't want somebody to have a competitive advantage, which is why it's being done the way it's being done. So the recommendation for today, no action being taken because the revised offer or counter offer was submitted and accepted. If you look online, you look at that property, it's just a pending next to it, and that's what's happening. So no different than buying a house. If somebody wants certain conditions to be satisfied before moving forward, that's the stage we're right now with the county. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Any questions? Okay. Number two, the purchase option agreement that expires August 16th for the Bluma property. If you remember last week, there was an interested party who was interested in developing that area in which the county has the purchase option. There were questions related to whether the county could assign that option, and that led to maybe some vague language that I mentioned regarding that option and some legal ramifications that had to be explored. One of those issues is that option can be assigned, but it has to be assigned with the consent of the seller. My understanding that the seller is willing to provide the ability for the county to assign that option, but that has to be done in writing. So that's what we're waiting on there. I'm not sure if Bobby has reached back out to the gentleman who was here, but if I understood correctly, time was of the essence there for what they wanted to do. So option two would have been for the county to exercise the option, which would have been to go ahead and purchase the land, and then the county would be in a position to figure out what they want to do with the land. But in any event, whoever owns the land, if it is going to be developed, it would require a trip to zoning to go through the zoning process to have it converted from its current, I believe it's tag, to commercial, if that's what the plan would be. So that's kind of where we are with that. Any questions related to the option?
No, I mean, the only drawback to going that route would be requiring to join the CID. If we sold the property to the individual, we could put stipulation that it must be joined to the CID.
So you can potentially, if it has to go through zoning.
True.
Regardless of who owns the property, if it's going to end up turning into the commercial, it still has to stop through this board. And on the CID side of it, my understanding is it would be, the idea would be to capture that land if it goes commercial into its own individual CID. But the benefit of the CID is that additional revenue that's captured would then be utilized within the CID, similar to the existing CID, which only benefits everybody else who's in that region. So that's the update there. Any questions? Don, you look like you're in deep thought.
I don't know how to ask a question. But, the August 16th is the option date on that. How quickly do we need to move to make everything happen? Whether we buy it, they buy it, what?
We're moving quickly. This was step one. Nothing could happen until we figured out this assignment issue. So that's been figured out, and I wanted to bring it to.
Do we have any reason that we want to go any other direction than this company that was here and showed interest?
All that's decided is county's really not adding money. It's just transferring the option to another individual. We're not spending
Yeah, we don't have to worry about anything.
Closing costs, we don't have to worry about nothing, and then, like Wade said, if they want it zone industrial, it comes to us just for final approval, and we put a stipulation on there that they enter into the CID,
We'd still have control.
and
So that, just wanna make sure we're not,
shooting ourselves.
missing something here, an opportunity or something.
I can't see it right now, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if, Bobby's here or not, but he may have some thoughts and ideas on one versus the other. I mean, we're talking about 71 acres. And if this entity, I forget who they were, that they're gonna purchase that entire 71 acres. But, what's their intent on the entire 71 acres, or are they only wanting a portion of it? And if they only want a portion of it, is their intent to use that portion and then potentially sell off the rest of it? I don't know, those are all, we didn't get that far.
He was here last week, he said, Teller wire up front, and then possibly single family dwellings in the back or something.
Yeah, so that,
He's pretty much gonna have to utilize the whole property to pull dirt off one side to make it level.
That was the other one.
so that.
To me, it'd almost be to our bank, if we buy it, and they only want 35 acres, we still got the backside, we gotta try to do something with, which, because of the outlay or the layout of the ground, I'm not sure it'd be to our advantage. To me, it might be a plus to let them buy the whole thing.
Well,
What else we got going on?
if the county buys it, you're gonna develop it, you're gonna have sewer, you're gonna have water, all this other stuff that's gonna cost hundreds of thousands of dollars infrastructure to put in. Let them worry about the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with all that, this is the first, of course, nobody else has come to us, but this is the first interest we've had shown
Right.
in this,
Right.
and we are running out of time, obviously, but,
I think it might be better to have it in the county hands and hold on to it a little while, see what else pops up.
As long as you didn't lose the opportunity.
I don't know, maybe this is a good shot. I mean, that's what we want. If these people are spending considerable money, you would think they're, if they just develop the front part, which that would be, much needed deal there for what's projected to come.
But we know we're gonna need a lot of housing if everything happens, and that was kind of their objection was, I think mostly developing houses, but that's not saying if they had it, that they might not move far enough back with the first part of that and put businesses in the front side of it. We don't know exactly everything they're gonna be doing, if they continue to be a player in it. I'd say Bob, I don't know if Bobby's here yet or not, but,
He was here this morning.
I'm sorry.
He was here this morning.
If he's got any other updates, that hopefully he'd come forward, but.
I choose to text you.
See if he's, available, and
Yeah.
while he's on his way up, can cover the next thing.
If Bobby's available, I'd like to have him maybe give us an update.
You guys had a phone call meeting, didn't you? With the agent? You had an in-person meeting with the agent? The real estate individual?
Oh, phone.
Oh, okay.
So there was gonna be an in-person meeting and then that was canceled. You want me to go to the next thing while we're?
Sure.
So the next item for discussion is related to the parking project. As you'll see, there's a lot of stuff going on out there. The big thing that came last week, on Monday, was a notice that was posted online on social media from the city regarding some work that was gonna be done regarding water lines. And I was immediately contacted by several departments just based on the wording that led everybody at the county level to believe or assume, whether right or wrong, that the courthouse was gonna lose water for half a day. A plan was put in place to address that at multiple levels, because not having water, especially on the jail side, is a problem. And that was going to occur on Wednesday, which would have been the 5th. The 5th rolls around, we have weather, and apparently that sort of delays that project. Commissioner Huguenin and I met outside, tried to figure out what was going on, and contacted the city water department, and after some discussion, it was learned that previously during the jury trial, there had been a water issue where, to make a long story short, a new valve was put in the corner at Neosho and 6 on the courthouse side that allows water to be shut off there, so that if water gets shut off to the east and to the north, that it does not affect the courthouse as well. For whatever reason, that we weren't aware of that at this level, and we had made decisions based on believing that the water was all tied together, because that's what happened before. So that's a long way of saying that the mayor of Burlington then got involved, and there was a call between myself, the mayor, Commissioner Huguenin, and trying to figure out how we can address some of the communication issues. And a plan was put into place so that anytime anything's happening that involves the city, there's sort of an email tree that gets contacted at those levels. So myself, Commissioner Huguenin, and the county clerk, between the three of us, if something has to happen regarding anything, if the courthouse is going to be affected, for instance, then one of us will be notified, all of us will be notified, but one of us will hopefully catch it, and then we can deal with it. And those messages will come from the city of Burlington. The city of Burlington has the mayor, the clerk, and whoever the individual entity is with the city, whether it be the supervisor of the street department, water department, etc. Hopefully that will cure some of what I'll call the phone tree game, where I make a call to Don, and by the time it gets back to Bobby, the message is correct, except for it has missing details or features. If it's in writing, then we're in a good place. The same courtesy is being asked of the city for what the county is doing. So for instance, instead of giving the city 2 hours notice that the water needs to be shut off or that there's an issue, and they scramble to come out to help whatever it is with the county project, they deserve to be notified much more in advance so they can plan for whatever needs to be done. So they're going to be part of that email tree as well. So I would encourage from this point forward, whoever it is, whether you're working with Burlington, Leroy, Lebo, New Strong, that we put that same plan into place so that if something's happening that affects a city or their utility departments, that there be communication. It may not turn into anything, but at least that way they're notified so that they don't end up in the dark about what's happening. And communication is crucial, especially with so many projects going on around the county. And this is just an example with the city where I think everybody's working for the same common goal. It's just sometimes things get lost in translation, and I'm working with, River City, and they're gonna be a part of this email chain as well, because the city also mentioned for the new jail, wanting to know about diameters for, fire hydrants and potentially replacing fire hydrants or adding fire hydrants related to the jail, going from a 4-inch line to a 6-inch line, and those type of things, which are, those projects need to be on the radar of the city. They need to be informed so that they can take appropriate action and be ready instead of finding out at the 12th hour.
Yeah.
Is that a good way of explaining that?
Yes.
Yes.
It's, on the same line, all of our discussion that we've had about SSM at the airport is New Strong. We've got to have contact with them. You know, we've talked about that, you know, we can hook onto their sewer. New Strong's not aware of that at this point. So we're going to have to get in touch with whoever needs to communicate with them and what needs to be done there, because they're not aware of that.
Yeah, I got a text message from the mayor last week, and I sent a response back.
So, look, grasping for words then. Not to throw somebody under the bus, for lack of better terminology at the moment, but Cook Flat sat right in here and said, if we can hook up, we can hook up. And also, I learned today that water pressure is more of an issue than water volume at the airport. So adding another entity out there, the water pressure is going to be a possible issue. So these numbers that were handed to us are just numbers. They're not fact findings. That's what I'm asking for. Anybody that works, we've hired to do a job, we need factual numbers, we need factual findings, because we don't want to come back at the end and go, oh, Coffee County owes us another, in order to make us happy, you need another $5 million, or $10 million, whatever it is.
Well, I think when he left last week, he was, and I did bring up that the residents up in that area saying the pressure is not good in that area, and so I kind of thought that he was going to go onto the size of pipes and the pressure in that area, fact-finding mission, is the way I understood it.
Right.
But and then the wastewater deal is a whole nother issue. But, I mean, yeah, it's been brought to our attention that the residents up in that area have issues with water pressure.
Right. So, now we're going to city of New Strong did not have anybody tied up not on their system.
Well, I don't know that they said yes or they said no, they just don't have any knowledge of it. There has been no discussion.
Bobby, you were requested to come up in regards to the purchase option on the Bloomer property, and the developer questions were asked, and I'll summarize. The benefit of the county assigning with the consent of the seller, or should the county consider purchasing the property themselves so that it can be developed in a different way? I mean, the benefit analysis, I don't know if there's any additional information other than what the gentleman who was here, and I forget what his name was last week, talked about the hotel and potentially developing the whole thing. of the essence because the option expires on the 16th of August. So figuring out what direction to move in is imperative. Does that make sense?
I think assignment's the cleanest, easiest way. It doesn't put the county out there even for a minute. And the buyer, the developer said he's willing to close before on a date that is before the expiration of the option with the county. So I don't think there's any impact to the buyer, the seller, for assignment.
And there was also mention about the CID, and I mentioned regardless of who does what, whether it be through this assignment or whether somebody purchased property from the county, we'll still have to roll through zoning, and it has to be converted from ag to commercial or whatever. So within the zoning, whatever conditions the county felt appropriate could be added, right?
Yes, sir, and not just by the will of the planning board, but by the will of the commission. You ultimately have veto over what the planning board says and does, so if there's a condition that they incorporate a CID or join the existing CID, that commission can make that. Would it be best to join the existing CID? I did ask that question. I'm waiting for a response from Joe Serrano. Oh, okay. In writing, but I did get a verbal concurrence that a separate CID is probably in order.
Okay.
Would it be in similar to the one at the airport where it's, or, no, this one would be attached?
This one would be similar to the one out of Vito,
Okay, yeah, that's right.
to capture, for the purpose of capturing new revenues.
Maybe why I asked that question, I knew the answer.
Yes, sir.
Would they do part of it commercial, and then if they had housing on the back end, would they have to sort of bifurcate it into two separate type of zones?
They'd have to subdivide it by plat, and then there'd be two separate zones. That's right, two separate hearings, two separate authorizations. More power to them. That's all I can say. Headache.
Just trying to give you the full picture of what would be on the back end possibly.
If the commissioners wouldn't mind, I would like to go back to comment on what the commission was speaking about just a second ago. It is true that whenever there's a lot of movement, people get bumped. Some people, everybody is a human being, and people get their feelings on the shoulders. I'm not saying that's the case with New Strong, but I am saying that it is not accurate that they, in individual capacities, haven't had discussions with people concerning possible wastewater connection. I did go back and talk with people to make sure that's accurate. So there, without naming names, there's been people who have had that conversation. I think it is the council as a body that is wanting the attention of conversation.
Right, that would probably describe it more accurately,
Yes, sir.
that it hadn't been before.
Yes, sir. On the comment that Commissioner Hoover made about needing to know what precisely we're dealing with, the conversation about pressure is so vague without us having any information. We need, again, survey data on the diameter of line, condition of line, its elevations, the pressures at different places. That requires survey grade work, not necessarily an engineer, but somebody give us the survey data. And not us, on that same, just like New Strong on Rural Water 3, that's their bailiwick. They're supposed to be the ones having that conversation. Somebody did say something to me about us having conversations when it's their job. So I've asked them that. Now, if they don't move forward with it, because that's what's needed to answer your question. We need to know what's what before we do things.
Well, we know, I want the numbers to be accurate. I mean, the budgetary numbers to get anything accomplished to be as close to accurate as possible. I mean, I'd rather it be on the high side than be half price or whatever, just, that's all I'm after.
Yes, because, you know, that is, when, what the engineer told us the other day, led us to believe that's not a concern. Well, there hasn't been an agreement struck with them yet. That's the best way to describe it.
Yes, sir. 100%.
So that's why we, you know, need to be more accurate on that if we can somehow, you know.
You're correct.
It's very hard in our position, just, you know, we're being told from the people we hire that this is true, and that's probably, you know, that's the way it should be, and then you gotta go out and listen to Joe Public say, I don't think so.
Yeah.
You know, so it raises concern in our minds when we got taxpayers asking us questions, and, you know, that's what they said, well, of course it is lonely at the top, everybody in the office knows you don't know what you're doing, and everybody in the field is pretty sure you don't know what you're doing, so you're all by yourself.
Well, I used to have horrible water pressure in my house, and they tested it, and it tested fine. But it didn't have volume. Well, oddly enough, one winter, my water meter froze. And then lo and behold, after that, I had all the pressure and all the supply I ever needed. So,
You had a restriction.
there was a restriction somewhere in that water meter that was causing my issue.
Right.
And I was on the last of the line too. But I'm not saying that's the case up there. You can have good pressure at that point, but usage, volume to keep up, you let your pressure drop.
When the water starts moving, the pressure goes down.
Yeah.
That's what one of the rural water people, they said something to me, that's what they said, that they would love to dig in and see if it's a meter, see if there's elevation issues, see if it's, you know, what the problem is, why there all of a sudden there's these concerns about pressure. And, so I'm not saying we stop our due diligence, but, certainly let them jump on it and see what they can figure out.
Did that concern just happen, or has it been that way for 15 years?
They've had comments made, but they've never acted on it. We had a meeting a year and a half, 2 years ago at the zoning board, where we got all the water districts together based on comments that hydrants throughout the county didn't have adequate pressure or adequate supply, a mixture of both. And that is true. I mean, because there's some of the people that, you work on a golf cart, used to, and you had to unhook from one hydrant and go all the way back into town to get water, because there's no water.
Well, and that's something that the average person is gonna relay that we don't have any pressure, when actually, you know, on a dead stall, you hook a meter on it, and there's pressure there, but
No volume.
yeah, so those two words get confused sometimes. Then you open an inch line, and all of a sudden, it's 1 square to 5 foot, you know, or 10 foot, or whatever.
Yes.
So there's some confusion on that too, probably.
I was literally harder to wash a vehicle outside with a garden hose spraying it over. You could almost stop it with your finger. That's how bad it was.
It's not a lot of pressure.
That's not a lot of pressure. That's not a lot of pressure. But now it'll shoot from me to wade away.
Yes, sir. Well, this exercise of bumping your head against issues is a good thing. There are other issues that we bump our head against, sometimes we still don't do anything, but one of them is a nuisance issue. I thought we'll wait about that this weekend. And, sooner or later, something's gotta shake loose.
So we've been kicking that can for 3 or 4 years.
That's right. That's right. Something needs to change, though. I mean, I gave Wade a case, it's pretty clear cut. So hopefully, depending on what he replies, that's one that something needs to happen now.
Yeah. Very well. Well, not to change the subject, but what's your thoughts on exercising our option up near Vito's? Is it an advantage for us to have it, or is it an advantage to, like the individual talked to us last week, let them proceed.
If there weren't so many other things going on, knowing what I know about the county's, situation financially, which is healthy. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, on YouTube, the county's having problems, but with everything that is going on, I would say that, that's not an investment that I would make at this time, because, you know, if I was the person in charge. Otherwise, I would. I'm certainly a proponent of, buying commercial and industrial land for future uses, when possible. That's just my opinion.
What's the time frame for this individual to get back with you?
I think we're supposed to get back to them.
I think they were waiting on, we had to look into the assignment issue, and we've done that, so, probably reach out to them.
Everybody think we're at a point to make a decision. Try to get
Yeah, we need to have something in writing regarding the auction, and I think that's being worked on behind the scenes. But once you have that, then potentially as early as next week, you can make a motion to assign the option to this individual, if that's what you want to do.
I think so.
Probably the way to go, but so we've got so much going on.
Biggest hurdle with that property is it's on the east side of 75. If it was on the west side of 75, I'd say, nah, it's county. They don't hurt me, but it's on the east side.
Right.
And it's too close to that house in my eyes for the county to jump in and do anything.
That's right.
If it was the next property north, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But, or across the road, but.
I agree. That's your thoughts?
Sorry?
That's your thoughts?
Yeah.
Then?
Yeah,
Me too.
Absolutely. We've got a lot going on. We've got jail going on, we've got that stuff going on.
They're talking about more soon.
Yeah, there's gonna be we've got a lot. We've got a lot going on. I think we just need to pull back and nail everything that we have now. And
Yeah.
you're not gonna be perfect, but do the best that we can, focus on what we got and make it work first.
Yes.
and make sure we do everything right, because if you have too many different things going on,
Let's get this football across the end zone first.
too easy to walk into, I shouldn't say a mistake, but too easy to walk into something that might possibly be negative.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, it could be a financial disaster.
Well, yeah, just spreading ourselves.
Yeah.
Just,
If that individual wants to pursue ahead on that, to me, that's your best direction for us.
from what in my mind, what they're proposing is something that's gonna be really needed, if, especially if this whole deal goes through, that's probably needed anyhow. So I think it's a step in the right direction of the development up there, would be my,
Yes.
The last thing I had was, one is sort of backtracking just for a minute, when we talk about the water. The sheriff farmed out all the inmates to Lynn County, because you can't have inmates without water for half a day, which was what was anticipated. So you may or may not see a bill from Lynn County for that period of time. As soon as we found out on Wednesday morning that the water issue wasn't gonna be a water issue for the courthouse anymore, or for the jail, then those individuals immediately, were brought back to the Coffee County Jail, and they were there before the end of the day, because I had court with several of them. So, just FYI there, on the outside, didn't have water from the outside, there's a backup for nuclear disaster in the basement. But that wasn't working, there was an issue with, that water, which is being addressed, and it's sort of maybe, the silver lining is the county discovered these issues, sort of had a mini simulation of disasters that they could deal with now instead of in real life, right? So I want that out there because I know some on the outside may say, well, the county has water and then there's a backup in the basement that will deal with good water that can deal with the jail or the rest of the courthouse. In an ideal world, that would have been true, but through this exercise, that was something that was discovered. Number two, and that's the end of that. Number two, and this goes back to a conversation from last week, and maybe Bobby has some input on it too, is the Bailey property, and maybe Jesse's gonna bring it up anyways, to deal with, figure out what direction the county wants to go. If this SSM entity is wanting to go ahead and plant the flag and enter into a lease with the county so that there's somebody there, I think that conversation needs to take place as well. And then if so, who's put together that agreement? And I can put something together with the terms. I don't know if SSM has someone that they want to initially put something together and then send it to the county, but I'll leave it there.
I visited with Bart last week, had supper with him, went over the commissions and Wade's concerns, of having the first right to purchase within any time of the lease. I initially told him 10,000 up front plus the first and the last month's up front. So you're looking roughly around $16,000, $17,000, somewhere in there. He was gonna take it to his board. I think they had a Zoom meeting Thursday, and I told him I was available if he wanted me to chime in and kind of give some of the stuff we was talking about, present it to the board. One of their lawyers is part owner, and I visited with him, and I said, you might as well have your lawyer type this stuff up. I said, if you need to, I can visit with him and put, stuff down. Nothing was done. I wasn't in the conversation of their board meeting. I think with them having to purchase a lot of furniture for that, just for them to make it useful for the two of them in there is going to be a pretty big expense for them that they didn't plan on. So I think things are still moving forward, to my knowledge. I do know that they're wanting to contribute and help the county out as much as possible, as much as they financially can, but they are having to financially cough up a lot of money for this system, for the SSM plant at the airport. So financially strapped, maybe so, but it is going to be a positive thing to have somebody in that house at all times.
So
For oversight.
They are gonna meet this weekend and give you a clear, I think their attorney, like you said, was gonna reach back out to the commission to Wade, somehow get back with the commission and say, we'll do this, and if you agree, here's the terms.
So, I think Wade, I said purchase price of 1.1, I might have shot my mouth off a little early, but in my eyes, if a person can get that out of that property, 8 acres, and the house in that building, with knowing what could be behind it, I think is is a plus. You know, you're not gonna get the value price of it, just because of what's behind it,
Yeah,
or what potentially was behind it.
potentially.
And I do know, once they get information about the CHIPS situation, they're gonna be able to.
Changes everything.
Changes everything, and I don't even think it'll go a full year. At least, just my thoughts. But we might have to eat a little bit, but we're gonna be eating anyway. We're gonna be eating no matter what, if we got somebody in there or not. I mean, it's still gonna be the same expense. You're not gonna have much water expense. Your electric's gonna be $500 a month or less. So, if you've already got the insurance that you're already paying on, you know, so
That's why I'm fine with just the first and last month's rent.
that's.
Move down the road.
That was my thinking too, you know. First and last month's rent, take our expenses off of it. If they purchase it, apply everything but the expenses back to the 1.1, boom, done. But that's what the wishes were, so that's what I went to them at. So for the first right of purchase.
Well, we don't want to sit here and be an owner of it.
No.
A place that's empty for 2 weeks. One of us needs to be out there, every day or every night.
I do know the sheriff's office is running extra surveillance up there. We've got another thing in the makings for that as well, so, 'cause it is, it can be an issue.
Are they totally out now, the Baileys?
No, they were still moving stuff out this weekend. I think they got till, what, the 12th or the 14th, Wayne? Something like that. I think it's 12. I think.
Somewhere in there.
So, somewhere in there, but,
How quick are these people willing to move in if we
That's-
reach an agreement?
I haven't got that information yet.
They've applied that they would do whatever the county says. So if you want them to come in on X date, that's when they'll physically look at it.
I know they're spending money on hotels, and eating out and all that stuff now, just to get here as often as they are, so. It'd be a win-win for both of us.
I think Bart's pretty much up here full-time right now.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much.
So in the intervening time period, once the Baileys are out, and I'm not sure what this time period would be, let's say it's 2 weeks. It might be wise to find out who maintains the pool, because the pool can go sideways very quickly. I've had a pool, and I won't ever have a pool again. The best kind of pool to have is a friend's pool.
It runs bromine, so it's really not it's not your chlorine pool, it's a bromine setup, so it's a lot more forgiving. And as long as the deal is in there cleaning, there's really not anything to do. It's closed all the time.
Okay.
The lid's over it, the track.
Do they have someone that comes, I know,
They just come and open it and close it, and it maintains itself throughout the summer. But, I mean, yes, somebody needs to be there, make sure a pipe doesn't rupture or whatever, because it could turn into a bad situation in a short amount of time.
I just
I'm
don't
not
know if they
saying-
went with, when I lived in Iowa, I know Garnett has a pool.
That's who did the opening and the closing. It has done the opening and closing of the pools. It's a company out of Garnett that come over to
Yeah.
fix it.
So they might be someone to reach out to in that intervening time period, just kind of go eyeball it, just to make sure. And preventative maintenance may cost a little bit, but it can save a whole lot. It's a back end too, my opinion.
I've got a tractor and mower that, and even Bart said, heck, throw a lawnmower in the garage. He said, I'll mow the yard. He said, I enjoy mowing the yard. Or a tractor, and I've got a tractor that's got a finished mower behind it. And
Not just to save everybody up there, try to all live there, it's a fire, and I'll take
to take care of them.
I'll mow it now.
That'd spin off nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I gotta put a couple tires on it, fix a belt, so that's what, I don't plan on having somebody mow that. Not when I've got the equipment that can do it. It might not be as pretty as what they do. It won't look like a blighted property. Taller the grass is, the more mice are there.
Mm. Very true.
Snakes and pools.
Yeah, snakes and
Saltwater, crocodiles.
crocodiles in there, yeah. Yeah, so, that's all I have towards it. I mean, I'll do everything I can to make it work. For the time being. Not that I want many more yards.
Well, you've been involved in that an awful lot, Jessica. Special thank you, because you're going overboard to make that all happen up there until, and hopefully, not allow anything to happen that would hurt our values, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's appreciated.
I guess it's part of the job, the way I look at it.
Well, it is part of the job, but it's a 24/7 job, but you extended yourself further than what you would have absolutely needed to. Just try.
Thank you. Anything else, Wade, Bobby?
Not for me.
Thanks for coming up.
Well, thank you, Commissioners.
Keep your heads up, it's not easy. You don't know me that, but y'all need to hear it too.
Keep the carrot in front of the horse, or the mule, donkey, whatever.
Leave one out there.
Yeah. Let's see if we got, oh, she said she had some more motions for us, too.
Yeah, they're on there. So the consensus is we're transferring the purchase option as long as we have something in writing from the seller, correct?
The key, the condition precedent to do that is something in writing from the seller. Once you have that, then, I mean, if you had it right now, I'd make the recommendation, if that's what you want to do, you make a motion, but you can't make a motion until you have that.
Right. And then the other one is Brent purchased last month, the Bailey property to the SSM Enterprise.
So I'd suggest if their attorney's gonna put something together, once we get it, then we can sort of, vet it. And what they put together will potentially have to be vetted in a way where it also can comply with the Kansas Land Board and Act, which, maybe be some additional language, but, or if they send something in writing with what their terms are, then I can incorporate that into something that I already have. Either way.
Not to get down.
I just didn't want you to have to take time to do it. That's, when they've got a lawyer that's part owner in a company, they can do it.
Sure, no, and they can put something together, it just may have those additional layers.
Right.
That's not that big.
Your plate's full enough without throwing more stuff on you.
Since Amber's here, I may have spoken out of turn, Amber, but I know the water, the backup water was an issue, and somebody was coming to look at that, but
This morning.
it tied into an issue with the water last week where the sheriff farmed people out because of the backup water, so that was an issue more for the general public, why did that happen if the courthouse had its backup water? And it was.
And we're still kind of unsure if, that backup water goes to the jail. We need one more time of shutting the water off to test that backup water. Creighton came this morning and he fixed everything that was wrong. And we need, Cooks to come back and turn the pump on and move the refrigerator. And we're gonna do it after hours, so it doesn't affect, courthouse.
Does it auto shut off the supply in from the city then?
Yes.
So it automatically closes the gate and
Yeah.
operates only off
Yeah.
of the backup
Yeah.
system.
So it
So
has,
you can test.
right, yeah. So we should be able to test it and go up to the zone, see if everything comes on and everything works. And so we really need to see exactly where it does go. We don't really know.
And I guess you'd have to, if there's any way to shut it off, and see if the jail's shut off, then you know that the jail's working, because
Yeah.
otherwise, you're not gonna know if the
Yeah,
water's
and we
coming.
kind of did that, about a week or two ago, we did the, generator test. We did a load test with our generator downstairs. So we cut the power to the courthouse, and the generator came on, and then me and, Creighton and Barb ran around the courthouse, put stickers on everything that was actually working off the generator. Because we honestly didn't know what here at any jail actually ran off the generator, so.
And you found out that,
That Creighton said that the load to our generator is very low. So that's a good thing.
so my other question is,
Mhm.
is there gonna have to be a generator for the other jail?
Well, that's what I was just gonna bring up,
Or
because
can you move it?
That's the plan, isn't it?
Oh,
It's planned for a new generator, but do you need to have a new generator?
Oh, I see,
oh, yeah.
Or if you could run it off?
So the original purpose for this generator is for the EOC and Lone Community. That's it. That's why it was purchased and kind of put in. Same with the water system. So what it's initially for, when we have, an emergency operations center, we have to, for FEMA and for the NRC, they want us to show that we can have backup power to our EOC and backup water, so that if radiation came, we could still use the facility. So its initial purpose is for that. That's why it just runs that little part of the courthouse. I don't know, we would have to get Creighton involved to see if he thought that it could be shared with that. But I thought that Tom was talking about a whole, generator for his.
Well, I'm sure that's what Goldberg is putting
Right.
in plans.
and if there's an incident, then there'd be a bus to evacuate, so they wouldn't necessarily stay. Whoever's in the jail.
So they evacuated, they could unlock the gates and get them out.
It's true.
Well, and we discussed that, and I'm waiting on some guidance from FEMA. Tom asked if that's a hardened facility down there, and if they had, the ability to shut off their air and water, would they have to even move the prisoners? Because it's safer to keep it here,
Really?
but if it's not safe because of radiation, then they don't want to move them. So I'm waiting on some, FEMA guidance on that, on whether they could just stay there and not have to evacuate.
Might put that down on your notes to talk to Goldberg about the one.
I guess if we do have a nuclear plant, that is part of our planning is for, the jail. It's high priority on our list. We usually do it, at Wolf Creek Jail, we do it ahead of time so we can get the prisoners out of here, we can get the buses back, and we can get the jailers back. We can be doing everything. Yeah.
Is it the health department refrigerator with their batteries on that generator?
Yes. It is. I don't know if I answered any of the questions.
Yes. Yes.
So how long do you have backup water? Is it a tank?
Mhm.
It's just a tank, so it's got a limit,
Mhm.
it's got a time limit.
I don't remember exactly how big the tank is.
How often is the tank flushed?
It runs continuously.
Oh, okay.
Through there.
So it's all fresh water, it's all good water, no way to get
Black stuff.
But we were down for a little bit, the pump, well, it wasn't a pump, there was something that was, the switch wasn't working. Something wasn't working, but Creighton came down this morning and he rewired everything, put some fuses in, fixed it. We just have to get it hooked back, shut the water off, and run it again. how it's working.
And then see where all this circulation.
Yeah, see where else coming, more stickers.
Very well.
My true intent for coming up,
Sorry,
was,
you're not on the schedule.
I'm not, but I told Andy to holler at me when you guys weren't busy.
Oh.
Are you busy?
Never.
Are you busy?
Yeah.
That was a good.
Tomorrow is the cutoff for registration for that hostile action tabletop in Topeka, August 2nd. And so I need to know who wants to go to that so I can get them signed up. You guys drop jobs.
No, we forgot.
Okay. Tomorrow is the cutoff. It would look pretty silly if we didn't have that.
On Wednesday,
Yeah.
all day deal.
It said working lunch is provided. I think they should, it should be over shortly after lunch, but I'm not gonna hold it.
I can go. Remind me, please.
Oh, I will, I'll send you. And I've already gave you 2 of these.
Good one.
Is there anybody else that wants to go? I'm not sure that you know, but anybody else interested in that? Okay.
Steve probably won't, but
Well, okay.
I'm not gonna speak for him, but I just,
Also, in August was that, John Redmond tabletop, which is just out at the community center in New Strong. And he told me it's only gonna be 2 or 3 hours. It is, August 23rd, if anybody wanted to go to that. It'll be pretty interesting, the Corps putting it on. So basically, they're gonna pretend something happened out at the dam, and then we would talk about, it's tabletop also. We would discuss what we would do in the actual event of this emergency. So, he asked that we have, our decision maker, sheriff, anybody who would be involved in the response. So I pretty much have asked anybody that was involved in the flood last time. So if anybody's interested in that, there's no registration for it, but just let me know so we can make sure we have transportation and get everybody there. So that's August 23rd. Yes. And he said it'll be over before lunch, so they're not even serving lunch.
I can go to it, what time does that start at?
He hasn't got me those details yet, but I will get them to
We
you.
still got 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah. Jesse to Oak Creek Ave. And I'll resend you all the info.
okay.
I'm gonna sign you up for a Kansas Train account using your email, and I'll send you the username and password for it, that I create for it. And, if you have any state training that you wanna get in there for, you can use it. But I'm gonna give you the username and password in case I win the lottery, or you just, you'll have it.
You can take it with you when you leave with the lottery money.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Okay, that answers all my questions. That's what I needed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
you.
Don, do you have any roundtable?
No, I don't.
Yes. Wade?
Yes, sir.
Tom?
Yeah. Me too, earlier.
We'll do these last 2 motions. Get Angie for roundtable and we'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock. You got a few things?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we gotta sign this stuff too. don't we?
Yeah. 2 motions, we just realized we missed the city's infrastructure and park and rec second half. So, if you guys wanna do those, and, go ahead and do those.
Motion to authorize direct chairman to sign letters to cities regarding second half distribution of 2023 infrastructure grant funds.
Also move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Meeks, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next one is to authorize direct chairman to sign letters to cities regarding, what?
Second half of park and rec.
Oh, second, okay. Sorry, second half of distribution of 2023 Parks and Rec grant funds.
That's a move.
Moved by Hutchins, seconded by Huberman. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Motion passes.
You know, Nancy, we are supposed to get a letter back from all of our cities on how their funds were spent. I think we're supposed to, I think, come in February or March, I'm not sure, but I don't know whether we've gotten all six, or whether we've gotten all 6 cities or not.
I'll double check that, but I asked them for another copy.
If you don't mind, we probably ought to.
Yeah,
I don't think all 6 of them sent that in, but I could be wrong.
I'll double check that.
Historically, they all have not, there have been, maybe it's half and half, where
Yeah.
some send it in, some don't, and that's something that got mentioned at one point in time, that if it's a requirement for those funds, then all of the cities need to be sending in how that money is utilized, so they just don't pool it, bank it, and then, I think that was the original intent at the time of the infrastructure money.
I don't think we've gotten all of them this year, but.
Okay, we had a proclamation put together for Christian Brown, as an NBA champion for July. I had contacted him, I actually spoke directly to him, and so last week when there was supposed to be a Zoom call with him, he was unavailable, apparently. So I've also visited with a close friend of theirs just last week. She was here in the courthouse, and she said that he is interested in this, but right now his schedule's really crazy, so she was gonna try to get back with him to get back in touch with me. So, I guess we can hold it still, or whatever you wanna do.
Whether go ahead and claim July or wait till we hear from him, because I know kind of wanted him to either be here via Zoom or something.
I suggest that he at least participate in some way, and whether that be in July or if August works better for him, I mean, it's to recognize him. So if he's being recognized, it's probably important that he participate in some way.
We'll wait for his schedule to clear up then.
He's trying to touch base and see when it will work for him. In correspondence, I put a letter from Coffee County Transportation. They're wanting to know if you would allow them to place a bench out on the west side of the courthouse for people to pick up for transportation. It's a free, it was a recycling program that they participated in, and they're receiving a third bench, and so they would like it to donate to the courthouse. They do transport clients to and from the courthouse daily, and we would love to see the bench used somewhere along the west entrance where our clients wait for pickup. So, I don't know if you guys are okay with that, or not.
Well, I'm thinking with all the construction that's gonna be going on, they're probably not gonna be picking up out there.
Yeah, it might be more.
Or the new sheriff's office area. I mean, it might be this east, might be the east area.
We may have to wait till.
Should I just tell them to hold off for?
Yeah, until construction's done, at least maybe.
Okay.
Get a better idea.
Not that we wouldn't
Yeah.
take it, but we may have to switch wherever they're planning on
Okay.
picking people up.
Might be out here. Out here by the corner or something.
Okay. We are having, an election primary for 243 this August, so advanced voting will potentially start on Wednesday, just so you know. It's only for 243, so, they had 4 people actually file for school board position number 7, which made us have a primary, so, that will be starting like I said, hopefully Wednesday, if all goes well. So far, we're on target, so we'll see. Are you gonna do budget work session this afternoon then, to go over these questions you had, or what?
See how long
See how long Goldberg goes?
Goldberg goes.
I kinda,
With Phil coming in next week and the week following if needed, don't we need to get that stuff done today or?
Well, I'd like to, if there's any changes you wanna do, I wanna get those to him. So like the $300,000 today, I mean, if you guys want me to put it under community improvement in the general fund, we could do that. And that would take care of that,
Because we did have,
or
and
cash.
Casey's got those marked. and-
Yes, I have.
Okay. I think it'd be nice to maybe go through them, we've already been through them, it may not take too long
Just
to
do
go
the
back
last
and
one.
redo them.
Like, well, then, decide what to do with that $300,000. And then community improvement. That's a good spot.
There was three or four of them tied to the personnel cost, and whether we need to have, visit with those department heads or not.
I know Sheriff had 3,
Yeah.
there were 3 on him, Lake, Jill, and Sheriff's Office, that you guys had questions. And I know you questioned election, budget. Next year, it will be federal elections next year. And so every 4 years, I have to increase that budget because it costs more to have extra poll workers because we're busy. And, we're also having a presidential primary next year, which we don't normally have, but the state decided to do that, so that will throw me into 3 elections. So every 4 years, you'll see that increase, and then it drops back when it's city school midterms, not as big, but, every 4 years, it kind of goes up.
This primary, pardon me, this primary coming up on 243, do they fund that, or is that
Yeah.
county continues?
We do.
We fund that even though it's primary for one district.
Yeah, because the statutes say when it falls into a primary, it's when it's over 3. So if you have more than 3 people file for a position, then it automatically goes into a primary, so,
Automatically goes to primary, but we still fund it.
yes. And other than the budget stuff, that's all I have, so.
put a folder in.
For me, for
Yeah.
Osage County. We may not need to do that today or not.
What's that?
Brian will be here next week.
You know who the holder of that is?
Yeah, I got in kinda late, and I've seen Ryan Durst come in, and these are just road permits, but there's 3 copies of each permit, so I just.
They're all
had a
bid
chance
costs
to disperse them.
$17 a year.
There's one for
Plus
Don.
a meal.
So they're all 5 different,
No,
there's 5 of them, all different, different.
no, this one, I got 3 copies of this one. These are all 3 the same. These all 3 were the same.
Yeah, I've got three in this stack that was here.
Oh, you had some too, okay.
Should have been 6 altogether.
Right.
Well, they're all mixed up then, yes, they are. I've seen there were some differences, but they're,
Did they get they not print right? Oh,
I have three.
I got three of two different sizes.
oh, okay.
That's what I've got.
Let me. Sorry, must have been.
Which they've been signed off on, so I mean,
Yeah, it's just,
There's
Yeah.
more.
Let me go reprint those and I'll just do you.
I've got three copies of two different sizes.
that's what I got.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, I wonder. Maybe they gave me the copies and I copied the copies. I bet that's what happened.
Yeah, I've got one for Zurich Road and one for 31 Highway.
Okay, so that's it. So if you each get one of those, you'll be good. That's what they did
So
here.
there's just two locations?
So it's two.
Okay.
They must have printed me copies of.
Okay. We're just triple quick.
I did. Okay, so you got it?
Do we take action on these then?
No.
No.
Hey, I didn't think we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got one of each now?
Well, I've got one.
Just two
How many
locations?
different ones are
There's two.
there? Just
Okay.
two?
Zurich and then 31.
There's just two of them right there.
Okay, and then just throw the others away. Apparently they had not copies and I made more copies.
So we do, we need to throw four of them away then?
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
so they have one of each.
That's number 6.
One says Zurich Road and the other one says 31 Highway. I was confused, that doesn't take much.
I should have seen there was some difference in them, I just sent them.
I thought, did I not pass these down, or am I not doing it wrong here?
That's why I say something.
Wait, there's.
Here?
Okay, and then 12.
Well, you really messed up.
I really messed it up. Life over it. That's brown.
Mine's just
That's
neutral
okay.
and none.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
It'd be like handing my phone to one of my grandkids. I have no idea what it is. That's why I do not let my phone leave. Do not use it, do not touch it, kid. Sorry.
I've got a lock
Slipped
screen.
by everybody.
Sorry.
That one slipped by everybody.
Okay.
There you go.
Not bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Stuck together. Stuck to another one pretty good, apparently. Good.
They got one that slipped through everybody. So it'll be made up.
Thank you, Commissioner Westley.
Yep, I'll be back.
What's this ESRI, Environmental System Research, $10,230? Desktop Advantage. Care Mays. Might be ArcGIS. I bet it's for a GIS stuff, yeah. Probably all updates.
Vital resource. Use GIS maps for my dirt drop, quite a few of them in there.
What you done on there?
But they're very, professional, so you can do a lot of things with them. Find the drug case, and the best one that tends to distribute, my best them that's in Leland and Gridley.
Later.
From the location where the hand-to-hand transaction went down, I can ask her to put a 1,000-foot buffer with a circle, and anything within that 1,000 feet is within the line of school property that
I'm
is
looking to compare what it was.
for distribution.
It's
Pretty amazing, she's pretty good at what she does.
a different level of severity than,
Yep, it's the next level higher.
Have you got any more court cases coming up? I think there's 2 or 3 of them in the near future.
You know, there's all kinds of court cases.
Week court cases, trial.
There's a trial set right now, in September. I think we'll be setting 2 more within the next month.
Then the federal level?
They're all state.
The parking lot will be down the live.
Yeah. I just think we're gonna see a cycle of people wanting to go to trial. Which, I'm okay with that. So I'll see you at 1.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks, please.
I'm trying to make
we were
sure that
set up together. We're set the 8. And you need to take almost 10 off of it. This is online, is it?
That's it.
So it's 68. Year ago, it was 63. So,
the comparison.
I mean, ahead.
Comparison, okay.
Plus we paid before we paid it. So it's not.
So,
Income is not as dire as, income looks like, pardon, maybe not as dire as, absolutely not. Not this year.
Who do you want me to tell the auditor to put that 300,000 into community improvement then? General fund community improvement, or?
Well, the only reason I said community improvement would be for the fact that everything going on, if we need an extra 300,000, it would be community improvement. So, infrastructure or whatever, that's the only reason I suggested that, so I'm good with wherever.
The community improvements at 1.7, and now 300 to get it to 2 million.
Yeah.
Well, it actually would, it would actually go under the general fund community
Okay.
improvement. But then at the end of the year, we could transfer it out to that reserve.
okay.
We've got over $1 million going out in radios, don't we?
That's under, capital improvement.
So we created a budget for that, did we not?
You did it under, the general fund, she's doing a budget for,
Could we not put it in that,
For what?
in the radio? I guess it'd be okay to put it wherever we got to.
Yeah, that's.
That it move, you could move it where you needed to.
Yeah.
That would be the main thing, put it somewhere where.
so general community improvement.
Yeah.
And then at year end, if there's nothing, you can transfer here, transfer there.
I don't,
Yeah.
I'm fine with whatever, I really am. That probably didn't answer her question. Or did it?
Let me put an account that we can move it out of to whatever we need to, that way it's not locked
Be
in.
general.
General community improvement would be your best option.
Okay.
Because you could move it anywhere after that. It could fall under general for radios or general.
Anything.
Okay.
And if you have it left over next year, we can transfer it out to one of these reserves, so.
That would make the most sense to me then.
So we won't have to make a motion for that one? No, so that's a good
Part of
one.
our budget preparation.
Yeah, that credit card, $6,400.
Some of that keeps going up about 45 to me.
Start to check, make sure I'm not any stuff together.
Not saying it's not needed, it's just, of course, everything's going up, I guess, so maybe that's a factor of it too.
Pay for all your driver's meals? I can answer that with one, no.
Yeah. And the safety meeting Saturday night.
Did you really?
Breakfast for all of them, yeah.
Well, that's okay, you have to pay them to come in.
Started an IRA.
Well, that's not what I said.
We started around here 3 years ago.
Top question is, how much do I gotta contribute before you will?
You can start on that, all these go in this yellow.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, there were some interesting questions.
That's what I imagine.
well, this isn't gonna do any good, I'm only 2 years from retirement. How much have you got saved now?
Exactly.
Oh, that's, so this would be on top of that. So yes, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Did you set it up like the KLF or whatever it is? Or it's a,
Simple IRA,
just something.
matching. They'll only let us contribute 3% of their
Yeah.
gross, but then they can do whatever they want, they can.
They just max out 6,500 a year.
I think it's more than that.
13.5.
Yeah.
For singles, for married, you can match, you can do both of them.
Which would be pretty clean stuff.
IRA, 6,500.
I thought that, that's what I thought, but I can't remember.
I don't know, probably not. All those doing this, Don.
I'm sorry?
All of these
Okay.
doing
I
as
kinda
well.
figured they did with.
Let's go
Now,
through
must
this.
have made you miss everyone then.
That's okay. We're moving.
So, did Bobby say we got 500-some thousand in the state?
Yeah, I was gonna, and I never did ask Angie about that.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it delivered to us,
Okay.
but we're probably gonna have to move something to cover that for now. I mean, it's okay if it goes like that, because we know we're expecting money to come in, but
Right.
not gonna probably move.
When you got 500, you still have a shortfall too.
Right, but it looks better.
So you might be able to get 300,
Yeah, it could.
some of these individual departments, this comes out of their budget, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay. So they've got a budget within there.
Correct.
Okay. Until they come asking for more, it's not.
Correct.
Here's one on the sheriff's department, and I'm sure there's an easy answer to it, but there's 120 Taser 7 hook and loop cartridge stand-up. Once they exercise that Taser, they have to put reload it. It can't be plugged in somewhat.
I don't think they
I
can.
have $38.95, so it must be just
It's a cartridge.
a cartridge that goes into.
So they'd have to put new spikes on it.
Right, which is attached to the battery pack,
Yeah.
you know, so it'd have to be a whole cartridge, I think.
I mean, that'd be kind of like changing needles, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wipe it off.
That's the next one.
Never been around a Taser, don't care about this.
Coil all that up,
You
shove
know,
it in there.
you don't wanna be one of them guys that test it when they get the new law enforcement people, zap each other.
My defibrillator pacemaker may kick in.
I hate getting shocked. I would rather get hit over the head with a sword than get shocked. Yeah. And I'm like a static electricity magnet. If anybody gets shocked, it's me with the blue flame flying out. Yeah.
So I just got a message at 11 from Sydney Goldberg for an updated progress set of drawings. She said, can I share this progress set with the commission? I guess I need to print this off for you guys. I forwarded it to you.
Is she gonna be down here?
Yeah.
She's gonna be, I wouldn't, then, well, I would hate for us to print it off. Yeah, I hate to print it off, and then they bring copies, but we might just wait, or just ask them. Just ask her if, they're bringing copies. Or if we need to print it off, before you waste a lot of paper.
Yeah.
All this stuff is.
Now, this here, what goes in that yellow folder there?
This
That's
folder.
all the,
That's already written.
Everything you have there goes in that yellow folder.
Yeah.
Everything.
Including us in this folder.
It's ready.
Looks like giraffes. Mm-hmm. Well, that's not 300,000.
So it's this contract, or
Yeah,
whatever,
738.
you know, contract labor.
35,000.
So much time, I
$110 a ton. Not sure whether it'll be labor, contract labor or not.
Hey Angie, how'd the mental wellness department gain $135,000 from, it was $738 in April, and now it's at $875,628. Second line on
Guessing from second half of taxes, that's probably 3 years at 300,000.
it. That'd be 900. That'd be 900,000. 365.
Almost, well, you weren't quite at double in January, because some had been spent out at some point. So, when taxes came in May,
So it just automatically populates it off of the levy. Okay, so it's automatically populating that account through the levy
there
side.
probably won't be anything else collected this year, or little.
What's levy?
Right.
That was populated.
Well, and when people pay their taxes,
That's what I mean.
in May,
Mhm. That would account for $135,000 off the levy.
I get a little more in December.
Mhm. So we're pulling that back up, right?
Well, we're leaving it effective right now.
That's right, that's right,
But
that's
then
right.
we can always move it.
Yes, that's right.
So they weren't gonna add.
Yeah, we're not, but it's adding on its own.
Yeah. So
From
now
a
we
previous year budget. You'll have how much there.
Right. This is gonna keep going every time you get.
Well, it won't after this year, if we don't put any more in there.
I just have it from my populated.
Well, because we are gonna budget for this next year,
Okay.
so there won't be.
Okay, you'll pull it.
That'd be a zero.
Yeah, well, it'll be.
Route, well,
Yeah.
well, route the population to something else.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
all
she
the-
sent me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to.
And then, there's 32 pages, I figure,
Yeah, that would be way better.
you can see it there instead of on
You're exactly right.
little paper. So.
What's that?
Right on time.
Right on time? Listen on what? We'll break for lunch at 12:02. See y'all here at 1.
phone call.
Yeah.
Can hardly wait.
I mean, several $1,000s worth of decision.
So we're back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Now, just for a,
Hello.
like, 1 to 2 hour meetings with things like, to go over, any design questions that you have that nothing. If that's not really,
Yeah, the frustrating with time.
Okay. Okay, so we'll put it, that's what it's doing for you guys.
Jumped all over me.
Okay, it's just not realistic.
Oh.
Work, this week for issues and warnings, so everyone's all focused.
I said we're back, so I was waiting for Sydney to get done talking to Mr. Tom. We're back, you're up, Sydney.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Larry is here as well. He was using the restroom, but should be in any minute. So we're back just to give an update, but then mostly to dive into the, yeah, of course. Oh, there he is. Hi, Larry. We are up. Yeah, we're going to dive into the 50% budget that you all are holding. We're really pleased with how it came together. I think River City is as well, and so excited to have some conversations there.
Alright, so we go ahead and pass this out, everybody has it right now. So as we talked about, this is the 50% update. So this is very early on stages of design and through the budgeting effort. But we have worked with a lot of subcontractors and suppliers to get to some of these real numbers. So I'll kind of walk through the whole spreadsheet and then we'll dive into it. So basically your first column, which is your facility expansion, will be your new law enforcement center. Obviously you've got the renovation portion. This is your combined column. So, I know you guys want to look at the big number, the 32.9, but I do want to say that there's encouragement where we're at right now. Obviously, when we're at 50%, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of contingency that we're putting into these budget numbers because we just don't know a lot of information at this time. So, the first and foremost, we are carrying 5% contingency right now. So we're almost at the law enforcement center, $1.2 million. That's just because of the stage we're at right now. Obviously, once we get further on and we get to 100% drawing, that number will usually drop to 2.5 to 3. That's something that we'll talk about as a group, but more so, like, for example, Lynn County, that was at 2.5%. Once you have the drawings, once you have the specs, all the scope is taken into consideration, we drop that number because the unknowns get reduced as well. So, really to dive into this, we had a good kind of background on some of the square footages that Osage County did that to. So we were able to take that square footage, obviously look at some of these sections that we're focusing on right now, and we start to see some encouragement. But when you do these law enforcement centers, you really got 5 main categories. Your masonry, your detention equipment, plumbing, electric, HVAC. Those are the ones we really want to focus on. So when you look at the masonry, we're at roughly about $2.3 million, and that's about $61 a square foot. Osage, that bid, how long ago? Month?
Yeah, about 5
Month.
weeks.
That one came in about $45 a square foot. So we did do that takeoff as our company. We do self-perform masonry, so we do have good numbers on that, but there is encouragement on that number. The detention equipment, that's one that Pauly Jail Health works on that number. That's a good number. I don't think by any stretch that number's ever gone up.
Yeah,
It always goes down. When you look at plumbing, that's about $36 a square foot. That's where we usually see things. And then the next two, HVAC and electric. HVAC is at $70. Electric is at $97 right now. I do know that when Osage bid, both those came in about $65 and $68 respectively. So I think that there's some, I think what those contractors have done with building their own contingencies on this scope will work too. So I foresee those coming down as well. If you'd like, I could run down by each CSI division if you guys have questions. But right now, we're basically tracking at 32.9. We go to actually put this out for bid. Obviously, we will have a full 100% drawing and specs. We'll have all the contingencies kind of squared away and the allowances, all the unknowns pretty much known at that time. But what we'll do is, in these bid documents, we'll also have alternates. So Sheriff Johnson's already talked to us about a number of things that we could use as alternates, whether it's dorming out 2 of the pods, whether it's shelling out some space on the second floor, whether it's reducing the sally port from 2 to 1. There's also some limestone panels on the outside that we can do alternates on as well. So we do have ways to get that within the budget. But like I said, right now, 50% is very early on stage for putting these budgets together. So we're sitting right now at about 32.9. This also includes the renovation portion, which is about 2.7 billion. Right now, we really haven't developed the scope for that one yet either.
Yeah.
So that's just really kind of shooting in the dark at that one. We've kind of looked at the area, looked at the square footage, and looked at that cost, and that's pretty much what we see for that space.
And so, I'll speak just on how we're trying to narrow some of these numbers in now. So the renovation piece, for example, we just set up our meeting with Judge Wine for August 10th, so we won't have a clear scope until we've done that, but after August 10th, we'll have that, and that still gives us plenty of time ahead of when we'll need to do the renovation piece. We have an upcoming meeting to nail down interior finishes with the sheriff and the employee report, so that we can keep those allowances to more realistic numbers. We can, zero in on what those are actually going to look like, and then as Joe said, the more detail we add to the drawing, the closer those numbers get to reality, the more information we have.
It looks like some of those high dollar items you got them projected to be maybe 20% of what you hope they'll end up. Why do you go ahead and put them up there at a level you think it'd be lower? Of course, you don't have any guarantee it'll be lower.
Right, you have no guarantee.
I understand that, but we've got citizens working on it, and we can't go above 30 million, and yet we're starting out with 32 million, so we got to take 10% off of here before we can do the complete package as set up. So
a lot of people right now are just a little scared about giving that real number because they just don't have all the documents.
And we've been looking at that, seems like, the last 3 years.
Yeah.
New numbers, hard to find on anything.
Yeah. It's just one of those things I'd rather be a little bit safer at this stage in the game. Once we get to the 75 or 90% drawings, we're going to have a lot more information. And what happens is you basically reduce that risk as those design stages develop.
And that's true for River City. They're estimating, and that's also true for the sub-consultant. We want River City to coordinate with real subs so we have real numbers. That absolutely makes sense. Those subs are also trying to protect themselves to make sure they don't overpromise, under-deliver. And so, their numbers should get more accurate as they have more accurate information in the drawings as well.
And one thing to add too, when we have this budget, and obviously GGA and their partners have this, and they're starting to see that electrical number creep up, they're going to go back to Introva and they're going to go, look, this is going the wrong way in the trend. We need to work together and let's figure out the value engineering ways to get that number back down to that $50 a square foot too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where we're at right now, is to be able to bounce those budgets back and forth.
And, get additional estimates from additional sub-consultants as well, which if you all have anybody or anyone listening has someone they want us to reach out to get them involved in the bidding process, we love that. There will be, once the drawings are complete, a meeting with local subs to make sure they understand the drawings and, are participating. And so, we're everything is bid competitively as well, and will continue to be.
I know a lot of times, at this stage, that number, I'm assuming, scares you guys right now. At this point, this is completely normal. I think that right now, we're close enough, and and where your budget's at, that if it was a little bit higher, if it was higher by 4 or 5 million, that's when the red flags would show up to me. I think at this stage in the game, we've got enough, contingency. I think that we have, really, we only had one contract for these sections, kind of give these budget numbers. I really see that number coming down over time, especially as the design progresses and we're able to give that real-time feedback for where the budgets are at. I think we're in great shape right now.
You mentioned August 10th, Joe. I don't know why, but I didn't hear, what's that August 10th date? What's that?
I mentioned August 10th, that is our, meeting with Judge Wine to nail down the renovation. Well, not to nail down, but to update the schematic design on the renovation side, which will then obviously come back to you all as well.
What's the target date to have everything wholly complete, before you put it out for bids?
Well, so what we've talked about is trying to do an early bid package. That's something we'd like to talk about today too, is we have the ability right now to put out an early bid package with the site work, with the footings and foundations to get that going. There is a little bit of risk there if we decide to pull the trigger early by not having a GMP established at this point. If we were to do that early bid package, I would also recommend doing a bid package for the major mechanical and electrical equipment as well, to get that bought. We're seeing stuff like switchgear taking up to 52, 56 weeks after approval to get. So we've got to look at that whole side too of, do we feel comfortable at this point, or are we close enough to the budget, or not close enough? Do we wait to get to a GMP? We may not start construction for another 6 to 8 months, whereas right now, if we've got great weather and we've got the right conditions, we can get started roughly about a month and a half, 2 months. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
So you're looking at a possible start date of August 15th then?
By the time you did it, it'd be tight.
September 1st.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to put this out for bid. It'll take roughly 30 days to bid it. We'll also put documents together. But ideally, it'd be nice to get it going this fall.
So you're saying in order to get complete set of drawings, everybody knew 100% what they were bidding, another 6, 8 months down the road?
I'd have to defer to you guys, whatever you think.
No, drawings will be, I apologize, the exact date, excuse me, the drawings will be 100% complete in early to mid-August. We do have the early site package ready from our civil engineers, because that can lead everything else, right? That's just the site development. And so that specifically, we could move forward now. The drawings will be complete mid-August, so it's not an additional.
So by the time the site package bid, the footings, foundations, site prep, I'm assuming your early package would be the footings, foundation, and site concrete work, or asphalt, whatever.
We get basically about a month and a half, 2 months head start.
Yeah. So then you'll have enough information for the electrical you was talking about an early package of HVAC and electrical to get things locked in price-wise, but will you be that far enough along on those drawings?
On the major equipment, yes.
Okay.
We would put out just a procurement for just that. You know, the switchgear for the rooftop units, the major things like that.
Your emergency generator, your main panel, your main disconnect, your switchgear. Tom, as you know, this stuff is crazy long lead now. What used to be 18 to 22 weeks is now 50, 60 weeks, and you're completely at the mercy of these suppliers. So the earlier you get that specific equipment ordered, the better off you are.
The city of Burlington is saying it's at least a year for the transformer.
mentioned putting this out basically in 2 bid packages to get it started. The total of those 2 bid packages, will it be as competitive as if you wait and bid it all at once?
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. You're still gonna have the same type of coverage whether you put it out as 100% bid or just an early civil package.
It's on that DMP.
You're taking on the risk by tearing up the parking lot, starting on the footings and foundations without knowing the actual cost of that law enforcement.
Then they got you.
I'm sorry?
Then they got you where they want you.
No, I mean, we could, a lot of things could be value engineered out of that. I mean, that's sort of,
We did it in Lynn County.
yeah, I mean, we value engineered out at least, going off memory, about $500,000 at the end of prior to starting that, so.
Get things moving, we can't wait. I'm sure the sheriff probably agrees, Wayne probably agrees, I assume.
But, so looming in the background is also what's happening with chips and everything else. And if you wait, you're gonna be potentially competing with all of those.
Exactly.
So if we don't start earlier, sooner rather than later, then potentially will affect what your pricing would be, wouldn't it?
Well, and weather, I mean, we'd be starting in the middle of winter too.
Busier you get, when the price goes up.
So if you lock things in now.
Yeah.
So we have the site package right now that we could potentially put out to bid. That is ready to go, and we can show you that today too, but, for the most part, that is ready to go. We would need about a week or 2 to put that out on the streets and get that advertised, but we're ready to go on.
Well, I think with the parking lots being done, and, just I'll take input from the sheriff and Wade and everybody else.
The first numbers you put out at Osage City, then you went ahead and put it out for bids. How much lower was the final bid compared to what we're looking at here today? Did it come down that 10%?
I know we ended up about $723 a foot, all costs done. I think it didn't come down 10%, it came down about 8%. So it was close, and they pulled the trigger, so.
Well, obviously, we were, hoping to come in 10% under because we changed basement to 2-story, hoping there's gonna be sizable savings.
Well, there was, because we started out at 38, and now we're down to 32.9.
Well, I understand, but we started out at 30.
It's 25.
Went to the voters, yeah.
Yeah.
But, excuse me. You wanna go through this first, or you got something you wanna weigh in?
One of the questions that, I guess, blind spots that maybe the county had on the parking project is on paper, it looks one way, once you get into the ground, it's another. And figuring out a way to stay ahead of that so there's not change order after change order after change order. So, does that make sense? Because as you go down Neosho, and then you learn what it looks like after the Browns turn, that's where it made a difference with these guys. And I don't want to speak for them, but that's my impression. And then you have to backtrack because you don't want to someone's front yard to be removed. So, although this is in the parking lot out back, it potentially will impact the school and how to stay ahead of what's going to happen with that. And you don't know what's under the ground either. Is there a way to stay ahead of what's going on there and try to anticipate maybe where some blind spots might be that you don't incur additional costs? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One blind spot I want to talk to you all about today is actually a hazardous materials assessment for the existing facility that will eventually be renovated. So that is, just allows us to, take a look at what's behind the walls before we go behind the walls. Renovations, there's always a risk of uncovering, what you don't expect, and then it drives the cost up. And so that hazardous materials assessment, gives us a big leg up on the renovation. We certainly don't want that piece to go over its budget. And so what that looks like as far as next steps go is, with you all's, approval, we would help you pull together an RFP, and then you would just get a couple of submissions on that, just to take a look at the hazardous materials that may already be in that building.
And I think, going on what you were saying too, I think we need to have a meeting with the school and with the city and make sure that everybody's on the same page and do a Facebook with them too.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I have planned to attend, the Burlington City Council meeting next Wednesday, which I'm gonna talk to you all about. I don't know if there's a representative from the county that would wanna go with me, just for coordination purposes, just to give them an update on where we're at. But I wanted to do that after you all had seen the 50% budget update as well, and so, would be happy to hear any thoughts on that.
I think I should be around.
I think Wednesday the 19th.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Tom, I can reach out just to coordinate, but, I'll plan on that. And then, I was gonna do the same thing at the, for the school board as well, and can certainly take plans for where we're at. We're not ready, because the drawings aren't done, we can't do a full page turn, but can look at where we're at and just proactively communicate there.
Well, Sydney, you can take the colored schematic.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just through, coordination with River City, make sure we're giving them some heads up on schedule.
Yep.
Yeah.
And really other side, just explain too, especially with the school, with the city too. So, yeah, absolutely.
There's been discussion on, underground conditions at the parking lot. Is there geotech or boards done out there?
Yeah, we did geotechnical. Yeah, so that's, we'll go back and review that geotechnical analysis again, make sure there aren't any additional test borings that would benefit the project in the long run. But yes, we did assess the underground quality of the geotechnical report.
If there are some unknowns, what you were talking about, Wade, I mean, you could set up an allowance for, say, unforeseen, conditions at the parking lot or below grade conditions. Try to come up with a realistic worst case number there, and if it doesn't, we hit nothing or stuff like that, that allowance eventually move back into contingency, in the project contingency. So,
Do exploratory digging too.
yeah.
Hey, Tom, do you know, because I was told when this project started, that the old jail, they just pushed in a hole in the parking lot. They just dug a hole and pushed stuff in. That's what they're worried about, is when they start taking this parking lot apart, the old jail and stuff is gonna be laying inside that parking lot.
I would not know.
Does anybody know here?
Depends how deep they're going, I suppose. But, I mean, if it's there, you gotta get it out.
So that's what was brought up, and that's what they're worried about. I would be too, if the entire old jail is just pushed into a hole, and they dig this top off, and it's got bars and doors and cell doors and everything else just laid in a hole.
I have no idea.
When was that?
Somebody in town probably.
Been in the 80s,
Yeah, back in the 80s.
because this was built in 84, this addition stuff was in 84 then.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, were you here?
No, I saw, I had here back then.
Oh.
I was here back then.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I know, we did.
Building risk assurance is our cost, the performance bond is our cost.
They're identified as zeros right now. One of the things we were gonna talk about was, are you guys gonna carry?
What type of cost is involved in this too?
I can give you percentages. I don't have those offhand, but I can get those for you. I just didn't know if you guys were gonna carry that or if we're gonna carry it, or how that was gonna
It doesn't mean there's gonna be a cost to the project, you know, whether you do it or we do it.
Right.
So those two zeros there, we need to know what type of value you're talking about.
You guys wanna carry a performance bond?
We haven't discussed that, I don't know what Wade's thought is for.
It's about 50-50 on whether counties usually carry it on a construction manager or not. That's essentially, it's a bond held for a construction manager that guarantees that we will pay subcontractors, suppliers, contractors on the project.
Well, you're gonna have your subs going back on this.
That's another discussion item we'll have as a group too. We would like to bond certain contractors, that way if they default, then we're covered on that side. So usually it's a threshold we like to look at, so yeah, it's just another added cost of the project. Then when you get to the major subcontractors like electrical, HVAC, plumbing, all those contracts over $1 million, we'll definitely want to bond those.
That one we had a preliminary discussion, we said 500,000.
Yeah, so what our bid foreman is gonna have is the cost, and then we'll have a bond cost too. And we'll just determine that level of risk, do we want to bond or not bond.
How quick can we discover those costs, Joe?
Those bond costs on the contractors, you'll have it at the time of bids.
At the time of.
At the time the bids get turned in, those will be identified on that bid.
I think he's talking about the performance bond.
Oh, I can have that to you.
You're talking about the performance bond that you have listed here is for the overall project, correct?
Correct.
And what is River City's fee normally for bond?
We would just do a regular straight cost. That, for you guys. That cost won't be marked up, that's okay.
On this type of project, what's that expected bond cost gonna be? Is it 1%, 2%?
A little less than 1%.
Less than 1?
Yeah, for a rough number, yeah, just use 1%.
And builder's risk, do you have a specific company to go through, or do we go through Trustmark?
It's up to you. We can price it both ways. We can price it up, and if you guys want to price it up, and whichever is the cheaper route, that's a lot of times what we see with counties.
What's it normally run? Be 1%, 2%?
When you,
Customer,
I don't know,
Let's say 0.8.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
0.8.
0.8
So for
on the
both,
last job, but man, there's a lot of variables there.
yeah,
And those variables need to be uncovered by our surety to determine flood zones. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables.
yeah, none of this will be in the flood zone, but, so it looks like both of them are under 1, say they're 1.8 on each one, 1.6 times 32, you know, there's a $500,000 cost in those two items.
Mm-hmm.
I guess where my mind was headed earlier when we talked about performance bond, that River City be bonding basic to the county that they're gonna,
Yeah,
$30 million, let's say, and then your sub is on you, then, so everybody's got themselves covered, but.
Yeah, a bond on us would be a payment and performance bond, so yes, exactly that. That if we were to fall,
That
that
was not built into your.
It's just something we were gonna talk about here. Some counties require that bond, some don't, as a way to save money. For example, Phelps County, the one we're doing right now, they chose not to do performance bond.
And they carry the builder's risk on that job. So it's purely up to the owner on how they'd like to go, which road they'd like to go down.
I guess I just assumed that was in your construction management fees.
Not a part of the fee, no.
Of course.
Well, that's why it's here, showing you that it's currently where it's at.
Weight thing, but, or is the builder's rich, we can get over the trust money for that.
And like I said, we can price it both ways and whatever's the cheapest route, we can do that too.
So we get numbers.
Because I know everything we're bidding now, it's over a certain amount, you're requesting it to perform some maintenance on it by the supplier, or contractor, if you will.
One of them is statutorily required.
Basically, we gotta do it, we gotta ask it, but again, I'll go back, I just assume it's not a bridge we crossed earlier on in all the discussions, I guess, so. Probably carry on that one.
Get your thoughts on this.
Sydney, there was asbestos material survey done on the courthouse in 2008
Okay, yeah.
through an HVAC, for HVAC renovation. Is this kind of what you're talking about that need to be performed?
Yes, it's similar, and they don't just look for asbestos, but asbestos is in there. But yeah, very similar. We might be able, if we could get a copy of that, we can certainly review and see if we could supplement with that as
Well,
well.
if it's $40,000 or $50,000, having just.
Yeah, this should be like a much lower number we're talking about for this work, but still, anything we can save, absolutely.
$10.
Yeah.
$10, let's do it. About where we're at
Okay,
now.
and no huge rush on anything, but thank you. Okay.
About where we're at now.
So we're not certain what's underneath the parking lot.
And I would be here then, I cannot.
And the county's liable if there's something there that you didn't find for more money. There's absolutely no risk to anybody but the county.
Well, we carry an allowance in our line items for an allowance cost. I'm just gonna throw out a number, say $50,000. We carry a $50,000 allowance, in there for unforeseen, we call it unforeseen foundations. And, if we uncover some, we'll have to get a breaker out of here, break them up, haul them off, replace that with, suitable soils, engineered fill, and, track those costs separately. Say if we do find something that comes in at, $25,000, then we're done. Building pads in, we do a eventual, future change order to put that remaining $25,000 back into the project, and we'll call it contingency. So, I mean, that's really the only way to handle it, I think.
I mean, unless we're going to go out and start digging now and see what's out there.
I got a couple people I can ask.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we
Yeah,
can do
yeah.
right now.
Any
We'd love to
information,
know.
we would love to know.
You can start all the digging after everybody gets to park everywhere else. That's why I say, time is of the essence here, I know that guaranteed maximum price will not be established, but I don't know if you agree, Wade, or Mr. Johnson, but, or anybody else on board, but I don't think we need to be waiting. We need to get those early packages going.
Guaranteed maximum price can't be over 30 million, so,
That's where I'm at.
I mean, that's,
If you're over 30 million, there's no sense in doing anything.
that's sort of,
And that includes the renovation, right?
Yeah. Everything. What the voters voted on, guys, gals, 30 million. Actually 20 million, 10 million of it's coming out of the reserves. So you can guarantee, in my eyes, until you can guarantee it's gonna be 30 million or under, it's a dead horse.
And we understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we can,
I mean, you got one change order to come in, cost $700,000. We seen this out here on the parking lot. I mean, I don't know. I'm only one person in here, on the board, so. I'm just expressing my,
Yeah, absolutely.
feel like you got bandanas on your head. Cover your face.
Well, back my chairman.
I mean, I'm just backing the voters, is all I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what they okay.
And just so I can be able to tell my people too, so we're gonna wait and get bids, so we know what the final bottom line is that what we're doing?
That would be his recommendation, yes. So what we have to do is we have to wait for the Goldberg Group to finish all the design. Then we would take another 30 days or so, bid it out, do probably another week worth of scope reviews, and to get to that final number. So if GGA is gonna take, what do you think, middle of August is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking middle of September. End of September, we would probably be able to start then, you know.
I understand that, so again, and I'm just trying to say, so I can have it straight in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So then, the final bid comes in, and we're still at $32 million. Then what has to happen is you're gonna have to take all the things that I told you you could strip off to try to get down below that 30 million, because 25 million is what we have to have for the jail, because we have to have the rest of it for the renovation.
Correct.
So that's what have to happen. And we sit down with the stuff that I proceeded to tell you, strip off, and see if we can get that down.
So
Right?
all of those alternates will be part of that 100% design. And so when the bids come in, we'll have a cost for the total, all the packages, everything that you're including, and then we'll also know what those value engineering options are at the time of bid. So whenever it bids, let's just say that in September, we would have those safeguards in place to hopefully be able to take those value engineering, or pick and choose which ones are your priorities, or to get to that 30 million.
Okay.
2.7 for the renovation.
Correct.
And that number might be high, it might be low right now too, we just don't know. Or you have to scope it down, where it's only a $1 million renovation.
Oh, yeah, there's 4 of us here.
You'd like to,
No, it's not up to me, it's up to the board. I just expressed my feeling.
I can't agree with you more. You know, I'm anxious to get going for the sheriff's, on the sheriff's behalf, but yet, when you explain yourself like that, then I would have to side with you. Go on getting started, I guess just go on getting started.
Right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't know what else to do.
I know several people I can speak with about the jail, whether it's in a hole or gone.
I've said one other time, 30 million or less is what we have. It's not 30 million one, it's 30 million.
That's a commitment we made to our citizens,
Yes,
and I think we got the responsibility to honor that commitment.
and everybody that's walked through this door realizes that was the commitment.
Gentlemen, I went to every town,
I know.
okay, and some of you went with me. So, you're not gonna sit here and say now, well, Tom, talking to me, Tom, you need to come up and ask us for another $2 million. That's not gonna happen, folks. I told the taxpayers or whatever that we wanted $20 million. Okay, and I'm not upset at you guys at all, I'm just saying, I'm not coming back and asking for money, because we told the taxpayers, and I told every taxpayer that came to those meetings and the publicity that I put out,
we could do this for $30 million. So I'm not doing that. $30 million is what we got, folks.
I'd like to see get all we can get. So,
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
I'd like to see you get what you have planned.
Absolutely.
And be the
And
ultimate.
I appreciate
you know.
that. But again, 30 million is all we got, and you only split a dollar bill into 4 quarters. So, you know, you can't get 5 quarters out of a dollar bill. So if it comes down to, we've sat down and drew this package, and I've said what I could let go. You know, what I could get rid of to try to cut to make that 30 million work. So it just comes down to, again, we need the final numbers, so I know what I can get rid of or what I can keep. But that's what we have to do to make this work. We gotta do something.
And I think in the meantime too, while they get through their 100% design, we'll start putting together those value engineering options. And we'll start working on that in conjunction with the budget to see how it's tracked.
So I don't have a choice in that. I'd love to see you get started now, but we're not gonna have a choice.
I would too, but not looking at the numbers that we're looking at right now. You know, the way I look at it, it's just putting your feet in the fire. You're held to it. Oh, we've already started, we can't back out now. You know, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. That's not the way it was designed to start. In my eyes.
It'd be real wearing us down Main Street.
Yes, sir.
Of all, didn't mean to be that as a smart remark. There's companies that, you know, 2 or 3 companies done a huge amount of work, got a huge amount of cost involved. We go ahead and put this out for bids. Is there any cost coming back to it, or is that just a risk for your companies doing all the work?
When you say is there any cost coming back to it?
I'm sorry?
So you're asking me, like, is there risk to us that the project won't go forward?
Yeah, if we get this from one here 6, 8 weeks ago, you get the bids in, none of them are under 30 million.
So our next steps then are the value engineering. We get under 30 million. There is risk to us though, yes.
That's what, there's risk in you in doing all of it.
Yes.
All the procedures and everything. No cost, if it's all over 30 million, there's no cost coming back to us at all.
Design fees.
Joe,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
you're
We would have
going,
they would have their design fees, paid for that design.
Our fee is locked in. Our fee does not scale so that we're profiting because it went over. Absolutely not. I apologize. Misunderstood your question.
I probably didn't ask it right, so.
No.
I think what you're getting at now is, you would pay for a design cost, pay for the actual documents. For River City, the only thing you would be out, or the fee that would be incurred would be the pre-construction, which is that $35,000.
What are those type of fees? What's the top value are of those fees?
Ours is only at 35.
Right here at the bottom,
35,500.
35.5.
The design fees is 7.5%.
Yes. Larry, do you have that number off the top of your head?
no, but it would be roughly 60 to 70% of the 7.5% you'd have.
So the 60% of 2.3, that's 1.4, so.
Yes.
Joe, can we pull a 75% estimate?
Oh, we're going to.
Yeah, talk to them about that. This is not the only time we're gonna have this discussion, gentlemen. You're gonna have at least one more dateline where we're gonna take our drawings at 75% completion, which is a lot more than they are now, and they're gonna go through this same analysis and report to you. And hopefully we'll see that downward momentum at 75%, that you'll say, okay, the numbers are going in the right direction.
You'll have it at 75.
I'd like to make a couple of remarks I'm the one that ultimately agreed with the 30 million. And I'll stand by that number and everything we can possibly do to hit that number or less. But I also want to remark that both you and your community have to be aware of this crazy set of circumstances that we all find ourselves in, whether it's us going to the hardware store or this $200 a yard for concrete or $3,800 a ton for steel in place, or just, these are not circumstances any of us have ever faced before. So I don't know any way to do it, but just draw it and engineer it. We've got a state fire marshal in Kansas, for example, that literally will not make up their minds what they want us to do for smoke evac. I'm serious. Do we take a whole section of electrical and devote it to smoke evacuation because the state fire marshal won't define it, and that will take your emergency generator up by 100 kW? I don't know what to do. So we've got some engineers that say yes, we've got other engineers that say no, don't do it. And so, you know, to the point, do we order an emergency generator? Well, then you say, okay, we don't need a 350, we need a 450.
We've
Well,
got
that's
a
a lot of
generator
money.
out here that's severely underpowered for what it's using, but we need to do some checking to see if we can use it to power the jail as well, because it's for emergency.
Well, maybe, Jesse, that can harness the,
You know, but I mean, that's not gonna save $2 million.
no.
So, I mean, we're splitting hairs.
But what I am suggesting is that the difference between a 350 kW generator and a 450 kW generator is $100,000. And then those chunks add up in a hurry, as you know.
I don't know how many K this generator is out there, but we gotta make sure that we could use it. Don't know if we can actually do it for the state, on the state side, if they would allow us to power the jail back up with this generator that is for the EOC.
Well, we're assuming a new generator, or at least a new portion.
But if we don't have to, we don't have to.
Oh, that'd be great if we
That'd
don't
be
have to.
great.
That'd be phenomenal.
We just need to know
Yeah.
what's required to run the jail and what this is.
Who can we reach out to confirm that information?
Probably Amber down in emergency management.
Have to find out what's required with that program, whether you can even
Right.
connect to it or not.
Right.
You know, I have no idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know they did a big test and they are way.
They're have way more capacity than what the generators will generate, or than what's needed.
Okay. Okay, no, if we don't have to though.
The generator's oversized for what?
Yes, that's
Oh,
what I'm trying to
terrific.
say. We're all struggling with getting it said correctly.
That single item's $400,000, guys.
And that's Amber and EMA. Okay, thank you very much.
EOC.
That's,
I can,
EOC, okay.
when we get done, I can call her and ask.
Okay, that'd be lovely, thank you. Okay,
But you'll have to check with the state because it was part of the state deal because of Wolf Creek and so on and so forth to see if they could even be connected for something else other than the courthouse. But
worth looking into though.
you would think the jail would be a prime.
You would think so.
It's not just the jail, it's our dispatch is going there, it's not having, our dispatch center is moving. And so therefore, you would think that they would allow it because our dispatch center is involved.
Just something to find out. If they can save money, it'll save money.
Absolutely,
Nothing but a phone call or walk downstairs, can't finish, we'll get down there.
absolutely.
Pretty cheap per step.
Yeah, we like that.
Good dollars per step.
So, how do you all feel about moving forward with the hazardous material assessment on the court? Well, not moving forward with it, moving forward with getting some proposals, finding out how much it would cost so we can have that full piece of information. Does that sound like an okay next step to put out an RFP for that?
You mean in the parking lot?
No, this would be for where the sheriff's office and jail are now, that is gonna be renovated later. finding out kind of if there are hazardous materials behind those walls. And certainly we will look at this asbestos report to see if we can avoid that. I'm afraid the asbestos report is not as robust as what they do now, and so they're gonna have to go back and look at some of it again.
Are there other materials that are a concern?
Lead.
Okay, because that's, you know, I mean, I would think, built in the eighties, I mean, or late seventies, I wouldn't think we would have asbestos in it, you know?
More lead.
Yeah,
That's the jail, is the original.
what other materials would they be looking for? That's really it, so.
And that's where the asbestos deal was done.
Okay, and so maybe we'll start by taking a look at this report.
It was done in the basement,
Over there, under the jail.
under the jail.
Okay.
And on the courthouse side here, they did it everywhere.
Okay, well, so maybe this report gives us the information we need, we'll start there. Okay, thank you guys.
Anything else, gentlemen?
We mentioned about breaking ground and running under and getting into some concrete or steel or whatever it may be. How many core samples did they take out there?
I will have to go back and
And
look.
I know that, you know, that's not guaranteeing they would have hit something if it was out there, but
Don, we have done core samples and literally 2 feet away from the,
I know that.
test boring
No
number
guarantee of hitting
4
anything.
was a limestone shelf that
No.
nobody could see. I think we did either 6 or 8 test borings.
Okay,
If you remember, we did them in 2 parts. We did an initial one that was 2 or 3 test borings, and then we did the rest.
after the vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
The original jail would have been more northward, if you will, of the parking lots that are out there now. I do remember that part of it.
About in the middle as far as east and west?
Yeah, probably.
I'd
Well,
say
normally what
about
we'll
equal
do
distance.
is we'll do 1 test boring at each approximate corner of the, building. Then we'll do 1 in the middle, then we'll do 1 at the loading dock, because you've got heavy loads of heavily loaded trucks type of deal. And we'll say 1 that might be specialty, whether in the vehicle sally port, or if there's a radio tower base being put in, or something like that. So you can't get away with much less than 6 or 7 test borings.
But we already did those, correct?
What's that?
We already did those, and no discoveries were made at that time.
That's right.
But I'll still reach out to a couple people that I know exactly what happened there.
I don't remember what happened, it was there, next time it came to town, it was gone.
Next time you saddle the old horse.
That's right. Yes, that was pretty simple, I thought it was pretty tough.
I didn't know if they were parking lot out there, and I still don't know.
There's a lot of places in Missouri and Kansas and Iowa and so forth that literally has ordinances that say, whatever you pile into a hole, if you cover it with 36 inches or more of dirt, you're good to go. And you can get yourself in a lot of trouble with that.
Larry, what'd you say the Osate's come in at per square foot?
About $723 is what we ended up negotiating it down to.
This one's at 626, that's.
Where it's, what, be comparable
Am I
to
wrong?
739.
Yeah, our jail said $7.
Because that scope of work
there it is.
didn't have a renovation side to it.
No.
It's a new building.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Some renovation.
At 314, then move the average down. Move the average down 10%.
They were roughly 32,000 square feet. This one's about, rough numbers, 41.
This was 40 or 41,000?
What the exact number is.
Yeah, it is, the renovation portion's about 8,000.
Right here.
The renovation portion is about 8,000 square feet.
Of the 44.
Is that, I don't think that's included in the 44, is it? I'm sorry, 40 to 41, excuse me.
No, I don't think it is, I think it's added up. Yeah.
Now what, Jim?
I don't have anything other than, sounds like,
Go back to work.
back to work. I went back to the drawing board, for lack of a better term.
Sharpen the pencil.
Sharpen the pencil and let's finish the
Get a
design.
preliminary
Get
ratio.
harder-
Yeah.
get harder numbers.
That's what we gotta find out.
And you gotta think too, when we talk about these 5 major sections, at this point, we're only going out to one contract. So as we start getting developed in the 75 and 90, we'll start engaging more and more people. And we'll have a better trend over these next 2 milestone updates, 75 and 90%, and see which way we're going.
Well, at this point in the conversation, Joe, do you see you going forward, looking at the drawings that were sent?
I don't know that we need to go through them right now. It was mostly for your records, Julio. Just as a progress that if you see anything on there that you have questions on, certainly they're not a complete set, but please don't hesitate to call us. We'd love to hear from you. We are issuing a 75% set this Friday, the 14th, and so we can send another updated version after that, just for your records again.
And I need all this to all of you too.
Okay.
And I can print them out if you'd like.
That's too much paper.
Yeah. You'd be a little set, so, yeah, I'll
But I know, I for one, I'm sure sincerely appreciate everything. And look forward into this project and hopefully we'll come up with some numbers that can let us proceed ahead. Sincerely appreciate everything that's been done.
Yeah, we appreciate your guys' time and consideration and patience. I know it's a very challenging process. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Tom, I'll give you a call as well. I'll give you a call for the,
Okay.
thank you.
Jason, Robert.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Right, okay. Another $10,000. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
No one. Okay. How early do you gotta get on the agenda for the city? A week?
Yeah,
Oh, you can get on that day?
that Monday, if you will, yeah,
They're on Tuesday,
Wednesday.
Wednesday. I guess we'll run through some budget stuff while we've got time, if we've got time. Try to get some of the questions answered or answered questions.
First one you had was clerk under 4 on commodities.
Yeah, we have commodities, you know, you're always having to purchase new equipment and everything else, we wasn't sure
Yeah,
what you were doing.
well, looking at 2022, my commodities was 15,804. And I under budgeted this year, so with the way things are looking, I thought I probably ought to raise that just a little bit. But I don't ever spend it all, if I don't need it, I let you transfer it out, so
But you said you had the budget for election.
that's under election, yeah.
Oh,
This is just
Oh, okay.
supplies and things like that for the clerk's office printer,
The 23 budget, 6,400, that's probably understated.
yeah,
Probably
I did.
understated. Forgot to put a.
I think I did, I think I forgot the one. So anyway, so that's why on that increase. And
Okay.
so if you wanna change that, you're welcome to. I mean, I can make the changes with Bill, but
I'll just mark, my opinion, probably mark it okay, Jesse.
I think that's fine.
Then we had the election board,
election, yeah.
what showed up there was contractual moving up to 70.
Yes, and if you look at 2022, that was midterm elections, it was 44,000, and we're gonna have a third election next year, and so it does increase,
You know, that's basically probably new equipment that's triggering that though, isn't it? Because you'll have 3 elections, that'll be under personnel cost.
no,
Don't you have software update for
we have
presidential election?
software update, we have, pay all the poll workers out of contractual, and then we've got ballot stock we have to buy, depending on how long the ballot's gonna be. There's just a ton of things that, software support service agreements.
Here was, commodities, went from commodities was 0 current budget year, now to 15,000.
Well, this year I had 7,000 for commodities. Oh, no, wait, 50,000 for commodities. And I think I changed some of the commodities and moved it up to, contractual. Because that's where most of my increase is going to be. Federal revenue, so.
Well, I mean, that explains the difference for the extra people, more election.
Yeah, and I'll have poll workers 3 times, not just 2.
Right.
And then I have to hire extra poll workers and extra students because they're so busy that you're gonna have to execute the roads all through, so. And I'm sure next year's gonna be busy.
I hope it's busier than I was.
Next one I have marked, oh, I didn't know, there was
No,
something with that?
yeah,
Yeah.
The next one she had was 10 registered deeds. She's looking to add a part-time employee. I think I talked to you guys about
Okay.
that at one
And
point.
I think that's been mentioned before by Gwen.
It was, yeah,
That, you know, 2 of them in there basically can't do that all the time.
right.
So, okay, mark it all right.
Well, it states that on the second page. Adding 30,000 for possible part-time employee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the next one was 12 for district court. That one is a state budget, state office, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
So it's only increasing $1,056, right? Because it says it's.
5%.
About 3,000.
But I thought it was split between the counties. I thought I read in there somewhere for Franklin,
Yeah, you did, that's right.
Franklin County, Anderson, Coffee, and Osage County pay their share to Franklin County.
And
So
this is our share.
it's 5,600,
No, the
2,000, 2,600,
222,000.
So we went up.
222.
Yeah.
I
About
missed that page.
$3,800 roughly.
About 5,800.
Which one you on now?
On, 12.
Still on tab 12, but we're at the annual budget of
District-wide total increase, $1,050. Coffee County share increase, $222. Share again paid. Increase of she's not there, that's what they're looking at. Following.
I'm not following their percentage.
I'm not following their letter.
their letter and their
Because
numbers.
their budget is 222,000, last year was 217. So that's a difference of about, no, 6, yeah, you're right. 600.
How much of those dollars are we responsible for?
All of that,
That's our
All that
share.
222?
yes.
That's our share, I guess. So we don't have a choice about it anyhow.
Right.
This is in the, I can't even pronounce, we're under contractual services. INDIGENT, what, that
Indigent,
went from 62 to one, what's that involved?
Attorneys,
I'm sorry?
attorneys.
Okay.
Indigent defense, where people have court-appointed attorneys for different types of cases and.
Is that the 5 or 6 attorneys we pay every month, 1,500 or so?
Yep. And they're,
I didn't know what that word meant, I didn't forgot to look it up.
and they're actually, it's a pool of people they have to sign up every year. So if there's 5, then that amount gets spread out among the 5. If there's 3, it gets spread out among 3. It just all depends on who's on the panel.
I know this month is 1,555, I think month 4 is 1,700.
Yeah, I think there's five attorneys on that panel, and they handle quite a few cases. I'll tell you, once you break it down, what they get paid is less than what the bid rate is for at the felony level, which is $120 an hour. At some point in time, the county will probably have to figure out a different mechanism, because what
I think that was the
indigent
question anybody
defense
had on this.
is a vital and important part of the court side of things.
That could get to where it'd be hard to get the people to do it.
it used to be a
Well,
requirement.
Correct.
And if you look at it,
It's one.
one person in the county that handles indigent,
Well, that was
everybody else is out of the county. But there's no attorneys, there's an attorney shortfall, and if you look down into, I'll use Crawford County for example, my understanding is Crawford County casts a wide net into the Kansas City area because there aren't attorneys in many cases. So I think you need to, it's more than what you want to know for right now, but it's an important.
It's gotta be provided.
Yeah, it has to be provided and it has to be funded adequately, or else you're gonna have people not be willing to be a part of the panel because they'll go elsewhere. A number of attorneys actually have the opportunity to do things in Coffee County and they don't because other counties pay better. Down in the 31st in Allen County pays better, and in that region, so.
Supply and demand.
What number we on that?
Next one you had was 13, and that had to do with, public works, general fund public works equipment.
Yeah, in the report that we
House
marked,
call.
or I marked, it looked like a little out of line was the equipment. It's been 483,000, and then 558 this year, 970, and I've got that listed as equipment, but that's probably equipment at Road and Bridge, I'd
Yeah.
say. And we know he's gonna try to get that on a rotational plans.
Yeah.
He's adding some trucks and.
I probably marked that and should have marked it, so.
Yeah. Okay, the next one you had, are you okay with that one?
Yes.
The next one is landfill, and, they, 14, no, it's right behind,
Oh, sorry.
They're the same tab,
Yeah.
just different scale.
13.
they budgeted 45,000 for that. Seems like they kind of, every other year they budget something, so it's just, every year they budget.
We had several things on his wish list, because his equipment was getting old.
Yeah.
They were dilapidating on him.
So why is this not on?
Oh, he probably just turned it in myself. But it's just single line, so you have to sheet it just with that, sheet it with
Okay.
and I've already captured those numbers on the
budget.
Okay.
I mean, I could recreate them and do separate costs, but whatever you want.
This is that version that I wanted to have a question on anyway, really, was the,
Yeah.
was the issue.
Next one is tab 14 on courthouse general. So, based on what I budgeted for 2022, I lowered things down in 2023, but I feel like I kind of need to take it back up a little bit. I feel like, again, with products and services going up, that I didn't want to over or under budget.
Trying to be realistic of
Yeah.
what the results are gonna be.
Yeah.
So personnel costs has went to zero. Have we moved those two employees into another?
Yeah, you moved maintenance into
Where'd they go?
janitor staff.
Okay. I know we did some moving there, so.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that pay out of courthouse general that I have to just kind of guess because I like the pot that everyone wants to
What's your reimbursements, 100,000?
I think it was just an estimate I put in there based on last year.
Reimbursements.
A few of the things I can think of which aren't gonna cost a lot, but like, our, maps, county-wide maps that people can purchase.
Oh,
Put
okay.
those on there, we, I don't think what else we've got. Or get reimbursement on.
So this is actually not a show of your deposit.
Right. Yeah, and I based it on, I guess, 22 prior year actual, we had 87,000, so I just rounded it to 100,000. And
Okay.
I can't even think at the moment, we always get
On that
Well,
last,
that's quite a little bit,
It
really.
is, yeah.
last page, Angie, we got a reimbursement expense.
Yes.
Probably have asked this question before, but we got 87 and 22, 36 for this year. We got a minus 100.
That's what,
What's reading that?
I know, I need to go in and look at that.
That's what we was just talking about.
We were,
We was just talking about that.
I was like, I couldn't think of what we were getting reimbursements for, but I can pull something up here.
I'm sure I've asked a question before, what's actually creating that?
I need to print email and see it.
So this was an expense, 100,000 expense, right?
No, it would be any reimbursement we would get. Hang on, let me get there. So we've been, reimbursed for insurance, what is it this year? Let me go back to last year.
Speaking of insurance, how's the health and disability deal? Did it get kicked off?
Oh, yeah, you got everything.
Okay.
Okay. So we had reimbursements for insurance, restitution on a court case, insurance, reimbursed for an auto, another reimbursement on auto, probably another claim.
All your insurance stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we paid insurance on court.
Where's your medical, your drug?
You're coming out of employee benefits.
And that goes to employee, when they give you a rebate check,
Yes.
it goes back to employee benefits?
Yeah,
Was that
insurance.
trust point, how much was it?
Huh?
Did you say trust point was reimbursed us?
Yes, for,
I mean, already, but
kind of just about, majority of that was $100,000.
I'm not too sure, I think I remember that reimbursement for some reason.
One was 22 for inland auto insurance. One was 6,000, 7,000, 1,600, that's restitution. 6,700, 2 times, 3 times, $955. So it's mainly on claims
Vehicles.
insurance.
Being reimbursed after
Yeah.
stuff's repaired.
So that's my guesstimate.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's a dart.
It's a dart. Okay,
Everybody
next
good with that?
one is, yeah, is everybody good with that one?
Yep.
Next one is tab 16. This is just a line item for any capital outlay projects that you got around courthouse or unexpected expenses, or it's been used to transfer out to reserve funds.
HVAC problem.
Yeah.
That I can
Anything
see. Mhm.
capital.
You know, that might be something a person put a little money into, because we know we're not out there. There's no problem
Yep.
these days.
Or something.
That's easy a year.
Quarter though.
I'm good with that. If everybody else is.
Yeah, I think so.
Next one, 17, tech training and equipment.
You get that answer. That was Brad, was it?
Yeah, that's on Brad. He's pretty well budgeted that same amount every year for any training.
Did we just question, I think we're questioning the total amount of all three of those compared to what it was in 22 at 86,000.
That was his actual expenditure.
86 is.
Yeah. And then he moved money from there to technology reserve because that's expensive, so he kind of tries to pay some back every year.
So he rolls it over
Yeah.
into another. He's got, what is capital expenditure? Very good with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Next one was tab 23.
I had number 19 marked. 111 was that's utilities, 111 was 22,
Yeah.
and then 150 last year and 150 this year, which I don't know where they're coming in at this year, but
Look real quick. Look that up.
there's probably nothing wrong with it. If we don't use it, we don't use it, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if we, whatever leftover we have, we transfer out to
Yeah.
reserve.
I had a question mark by it, but it's probably not an issue, that's,
Let's see where we are right now. We're halfway through the year, so,
times two.
well, this year we've spent 146,000 already.
On utilities, something must be in there that shouldn't be then.
Either that or.
And I don't mean to question it, Nancy.
Sure.
But it wouldn't have that big of a
Let me
jump. It won't.
see.
We still got 6 months left.
I mean, you're 111 actual in 22, and you're,
But that's for the full year, now we've spent 146 in half the year. You know, we've done we've had some expense in the sheriff's office on sewer or water or something. I wonder if we got one of them, a couple checks stuck into utilities.
I can check it into it, but it looks like it's all just utilities. Oh, wait, that's 2021, dang it. Hold on, I need to change my year.
It's moving.
It is, yeah.
Good thing you're on the computer, not me, right?
Okay. So we've spent 54,000 to date.
How much?
54,900.
That's a little better.
See, that gets us down about
Yeah.
110. That gets us down to about 110, so.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess we're good
I
about
agree
it.
with that.
I just had it budgeted there for several years at 150, just,
Yeah.
because you never know when it starts to creep up.
And you were going to 23.
I think 23 was next. The question was, can we combine with technology, training, and equipment, I think is the question. And this is the budget that basically is just for his department. So whatever he needs for his department, personal services for him and his employees,
okay.
this is his department's
This is his-
budget.
This is his pay and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
And the rest is for all courthouse needs.
The other one is, yeah.
Okay.
So why's he got new computer stuff?
That's
listed
probably
in
for
his
him, for him to take off.
Red office. You would think it'd be under the other tab.
Well, it'd be like me buying a printer for my office,
Okay.
my equipment for my office.
Bingo.
Got mainframe stuff. Circuit board. TVs like that there.
Next one you had was 25,
Yeah.
okay? So from what I can tell, it just looks like salaries is where the largest increase, and I'm assuming that's because he's gonna start bringing on more staff or,
So,
32% increase.
you wanna talk to him about it, or how it's left, or?
well, you got two other circles that are questions that would be in his jurisdiction too, one the jail and one the lady, so. If I remember correctly.
Okay.
So we can ask him to come up if you want and go through the rest of the way.
Might as well. He said he might be meeting still Goldberg.
Both the hours, you know, the increase in 24 over the 23 is 620,000, so that's.
Hey, you have a few minutes to talk about what
Instead of 33.
Okay, alright, thank you, bye. He's on the way.
Okay. 34, the
Yeah.
Fair Association, we were gonna talk to them about this. Cause they've got budgeted in this new building.
Yes, I have an email from her I got this morning.
Okay.
They said the Fair Board thought that they were going to be receiving 30,000 for 2023, but they never submitted 30,000 last year. So she said the full amount, that was the full amount of their 2023 request. We were not aware they would only be receiving 25,000 until they received the check from the county. But like I said, they didn't submit anything extra last year, or at least we never got it. So the Fair Board 2024 budget request increased from last year for these reasons. The cost of judges and ribbons has gone up. There are more fair entry classes on the 4-H side, which will require more judges and ribbons. County extension agents try to combine judges for 4-H and open classes so there won't be as many judges required, but that is not always possible. The speaker system upgrade for the livestock barns and grandstands will need to be completed sooner than previously thought. We had originally planned it as a 2025 capital expense, but it will need to be done in 2024. Thank you for your consideration. The County Fair Board appreciates the continuous and generous support of the county commissioners.
That sparks, I got a phone call while I was out for lunch and they wanted to know if we would waive the landfill fees for the roll-off container that they use down there, during Fair Week. I said I would bring it up, well, I guess I have to make a motion to waive landfill fees for the roll-off.
For what location?
For the fair, down to, okay, I guess it's down around the the livestock barn.
Yeah.
They used to throw stuff in, so, yeah.
Private stuff that gets thrown in.
Yeah.
All the trash cans, that part,
Right, the whole park, so I told them we were still coming back this afternoon, we would make sure general consensus was, okay, we'd make a motion, that way it'd be in the paper, they could sit.
So if they pull off that crouch building, are we okay with there?
Yeah, I am. I'm,
What number is that on the phone? 34.
Was it fair, what it called you?
it was, I don't know if he's part of the fair, yeah, Kurt Sargent, I think he's part of the fair community.
So we say which way landfill fees for the
Roll off. Roll-off container placed,
used at
used at the fair, I mean, like,
or used during the fair.
yeah, during fair week for the 4-H, I guess.
Yeah, that's what
So that's what that crazy building that's got.
that's just on hold till we know everything else falls in place.
I just think you could buy, you could put something nice for $3,000-$400,000. You would find it. Hello again, Tom.
Sir?
We okay now?
Yeah, as long as they pull that, as long as they pull the building out. Personnel services up 32% in wages.
Just hired 4 people out front.
Is that what it's, is that new hires that are coming on? That's what the reason. What are you, of course, this is all anticipation that the jail goes through, but is there gonna be many more, is there gonna be much more staff for the jail?
Well, again, you know, Larry said since day one, it take 12, minimum 12 to staff it. That's gotten 4 per shift, you know.
What do you have now?
So I got 10 or 11 right now.
You have 10 or 11, right?
Yeah, whatever, 10 or 11. You know, the issue then becomes, just like, you know, all you know, is if you have a skeleton staff and somebody's sick or we have a pregnancy or somebody goes and gets a back surgery or whatever, then you're short.
Yeah.
So, you know, everybody that I talk to is, if you run that skeleton crew, then you're paying a lot of overtime. Just, that's all there is to it. God forbid, we have another COVID scare. You know, where I have 4, 5, 6, 10, you know, people gone COVID like we all, you know, went through that. But let's say you have the flu go through, whatever, maybe even something simple as having the flu go through your, you know, your staff. You know, would I like to in time have another crew, another 4? Absolutely I would. But I know that right now is not the time to do that. You know, I'll try to get by with 12, as I've said since day one. Larry said you do by with 12, and that's what I told the public, and that's what I believe in. And I may be able to. But 2 years down the road after this is built, and I'm trying to make it work with 12, and I'm paying a bunch of overtime, I may hire 1 or 2 more. You know, maybe I won't have to now. If it all works out the way I think, you know, I've got extra staff on 2 days a week, you know, in my courthouse security that I can use to make transports. So I'm saving money from having to take people out of the jail to go make my transports. And that was pre-thought that I could do that, and it would work out fine. They're doing some of that now. You know, and they're certified officers. I've had somebody, you know, we have a Fourth of July celebration. They're not working, you know, and I pulled one of them off to go down and do the traffic control parade. Already done that once. So I think that I can, you know, rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to patrol side. Jail side's totally different. You know, you can't hardly cross-train unless they've came from the jail to send them back. You know, I wouldn't know how to go in and book somebody in. There's so much technology with live scan, doing fingerprinting and all that. It's above me on that. I can go probably write everything out on a piece of paper and transcribe it later, but I can't do some of that technology. Now, there's been, you know, a couple of my employees that I've hired from the jail to be on the road, and I could call them and say, hey, I'm shorthanded. And we've done that once. Say, hey, I'm shorthanded, you're going to have to work, you're working in jail, you know, for a day or two. And they're welcome, they're more than welcome to go do that, help us out. So, when the new jail is actually up and built and running, that's going to be very difficult, because there will be so much technology based that we'll be able to have a problem.
They'll need to be trained.
Absolutely. And they're going to have trained, Goldberg group will come in and train them on every aspect, whether it be the security system, the water, fire suppression, you know.
You probably got to train every person on staff.
That's a possibility.
Because, I mean, if poop should hit the fan, you know, and you got, you know, like I say, you got 6 people out or whatever it may be, you got to start pulling deputies in to run the jail. I mean, it would be beneficial to have everybody trained.
But yeah, Goldberg Group's already talked to us about that, you know, 6 months, you know, or so before the jail is gonna be done. They'll start doing all the training for all the systems. They've already got it set up, the instructors will come in and do all that, so. Right now, that's where I'm at.
That was just on the 620,000, was on the sheriff's office, and jail has it on 193.
Yeah.
So just, we went into 2 different budgets.
Right.
All at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom, in looking at this breakdown sheet where you got all 33 employees on.
Oh, how many?
33, or is that's, we're showing 2 vacancies.
That's in the jail and the patrol side? Because I have 60 employees total, 61 as a matter of fact.
Well, 13 is what's on this sheet. Oh, I'm sorry, 33. But over there,
That's gotta be, I need to know which it is, Don. Is it jail? Is it sheriff's office?
This is the information.
Not the sheriff's side.
We're supplying.
Sheriff's side, okay.
But April to December wages, 1.384 million, or 1,384,000, and project that out at 1.8 million. And for the budget for 23 is 1.9. So, you know, if you end up where the projection is right now, you know, we're over 100,000 below that 23 budget. And yet the 24 is projected to be 620,000 greater, which is 32%. My thought is, and it's just my thought, Tom, and not trying to be difficult, is to probably, instead of having 32% projected, is get it down in the 8 or 10% range. And then if it comes up where you need extra money, we can give it, you know, we can award it, or whatever the right word is. But that makes it more comparable to some of the other departments that, you know, are showing 6 or 8, 10% increase.
But have they hired, you know, 5 more deputies on?
Well, if you hire 5 more deputies, but,
that's what's projected on there.
then we can set the money up for it. Because right now, we're looking at a huge projection that may or may not even be there.
Yes, it is, Don. They've already been hired. They're already working. That's not.
More than we had previously.
Well,
That's right. I projected that those people that have hired, that's already on there. That's hiring additional. I set it up to where what that's showing is when I'm fully staffed, that's, my budget's there. That way I don't have to come back up and ask for more money.
When you're fully staffed, how many employees is that?
Again, there's 4 downstairs for the courthouse security. There's 2 more that I can hire, but I haven't hired yet.
But
And that's already in my budgets.
it's in there.
That's right. I've already set it up to where that way I don't have to come back up to you for more money. You approved me to hire 6. I've only got 4 hired, but that money is budgeted in there, so I can hire. It's just I'm trying to save money and I haven't hired those other two.
How many total employees, when you hire those two, how many total employees do we have?
Like I said again, I should have 61 employees.
How many?
61, that's counting everybody. Jail, lake, dispatch, patrol, everything. You should have a copy of my TOO, my latest TOO that's got all that written on it. It's got every employee.
See, that's different than the information we're looking at.
Not for 2024?
Yes.
I understand what you're saying is different. How's it different, Don?
I don't know, because I don't have that other information.
Don't have what other information? I guess I'm not following you. What information am I missing?
Well, the sheet that we're been showed, there's 33 employees.
He's combining,
What, Tom?
he's combining the sheriff, the jail, and the lake to get to 61 employees. He's combining those three departments. And right now, you're just on the sheriff's department employee tab. You'd have to have all three employee tabs in front of you to get on the same page. I believe that's where we're trying to get to.
Well, the jail staff, there's 717,000 there in CERP. And the lake has 154,000, and those are all separated.
150 of that comes back, it's
Imagine
only
those
cost you
33
$4,000 to do that, because the lake pays, or
The
creek pays
30
150.
The 33 employees has probably got the dispatch on it too.
No,
No,
no.
It's already done it too.
that's under the sheriff's office.
I'm sure. That's what we're looking at, the sheriff's office.
That dispatch and patrol, all my deputies, are on the sheriff's budget, if that's what you're looking at. Jail has got its own budget.
On that first sheet.
The lake has its own budget.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do you come up with 61 employees under the sheriff and the dispatch
Okay, so for
and the
example,
jail?
so there are 19 deputies. There are 6 lake people,
I'm sorry?
6 at the lake.
That's a different category. I'm not talking about that.
Don't you ask how I come up with 61 employees? I'm telling you how I come up with 61 employees.
Yeah, but we're only talking about the sheriff's budget.
Okay,
Because the jail budget's got the 717,000, and the lake's got 154,000.
$33.
33 is what's on that, and that's where your $620,000 increase is, just on those employees.
Yes, sir, because I just hired 4 employees downstairs.
They're inside that already.
That's correct. That's correct. So that's why,
For this coming year.
that's correct.
Yeah, not for the figure from 22.
Yeah, but this is the 24 budget, and those names are already on there.
They're on his April sheet that we just did this April, so that's why they included that here to show you for next year.
Well, they're a part of that 33, and the full 12 months is there.
I don't understand what he's asking, guys.
The full 12 months is on the bottom of that sheet.
So I guess a better way to do it,
Wages is 1.846 million. Where the request for 24 is over 2.5 million.
so basically, this fiscal year of 2023, you're gonna run over budget a little bit on the wages, am I correct on that?
No.
No. I'm sorry, let me get back to that, I'm sorry. We're trying to help.
See, we budgeted 1.9, and the sheet's showing 1.84, so we're gonna be under last year's projection.
Okay, look, on the second page you're looking at, Don, or let's see,
I'm looking at the second page.
okay, the one,
Anything?
so let's see, what you're looking at here, they show was April through December estimated.
Right there's annual,
Right.
1.84.
From April to December,
Right.
not January.
But here's the other 3 months. Which
Oh, I
is
see
1
what
point,
you're
so, and we budgeted 1.9, so they're gonna be within this year's budget, and then they add another 600,000 to it for 24.
He's talking about those in December here.
Mm-hmm,
This will be this year, I guess.
yeah,
And then he's saying you're adding another 600,000 for next year.
okay. Well, again, if I hire 2 more,
Then get another 100,000, whatever. That's still, the budget's still 500 over there.
And then take times 3%. So you're,
It'll be another 30, be another
or 3.5%.
Yeah, cost of living.
5% on 100,000, be 5,000. I'd like to, I think we need to get it back in line with some of the other departments, instead of having 32% there.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
you need to come up to the commissioner's office. Right.
Help, don't help.
She understands it better,
Right,
better than I
right,
do,
right,
so.
right, no,
I get what he's saying once I see the April through December deal.
yeah, it's all in
And the
there.
annual one.
See, this is the way Randy used to do it for 9 months, and then he put, I don't know whether he ever put the 3 months on it, but all you gotta do is multiply 133 and get it.
you got a vacant dispatcher now?
Vacant dispatcher,
See, this sheet is showing 2 vacant deals. But
Yeah, vacant
the dollar,
dispatcher, vacant dispatcher.
when you hire them, the dollar's already built into it.
so dispatch, let's see, so Don's got questions that I can't answer. So maybe you can answer.
Start over.
Okay, so here's what he's saying.
Yeah, most of our,
So he's saying that this is our budget year for 2024. This is our budget. And so he's saying that you add this in, which is how you get this. He says we're $625,000.
I see what he's saying. I didn't go that far.
Mm-hmm. Think he's got that. No, I can see it right there.
I don't know. So are you saying it's in personal services?
Yeah.
see,
Well, that'd have to be,
our personnel cost is actually gonna be, for 23, will actually be under budget by 50-some thousand.
right, that's
So
why,
it-
we keep it in, once we're approved and it's in our budget for the following year.
That's correct.
Then when it comes to time to hire, I've already got that money there to hire, for example.
Correct.
I don't have to come back up to
But the question is, for 24 budget, we're increasing it by 32%. And, you know, we know we're gonna have some increase in budgets in April, steps and everything, but they're not gonna be 620,000 or 32%. The only thing I'd like to get it down somewhere, you know, in the 6 to 10% over. And then if we need to set more funds up because of hiring more help, if the jail comes about, to me, it presents a more clear picture.
I know, but he keeps moving around, so I can't keep it straight. So what you're telling me, Don, is you're telling me that...
I'm not telling you, I'm just...
No, let me finish. So what you're telling me is that you would just assume me have to come back up and ask you for money sometime during the year if I run over? I'm trying to look at this ahead of time and have that where I don't have to do that.
That's good, but 32% is 2 months, that's $600,000.
If it's actually what I need, let's just say that we all agree that, you know what, Tom, that's what you need. You still want me to only put 10% down, so it looks good to the rest of the departments?
Well, an increase of 32%, $620,000, that's 10 to 12 new employees.
Don, that's not my question. You're telling me that what you want me to do is, if it's true that I need that money, and you've already approved, there's nothing on there that you haven't already approved, okay? So let's say that is for my new employees that I'm gonna hire, okay? And let's say that this number is right, I need $600,000.
Which is 12 more employees,
Okay.
10 to 12.
It's irrelevant. Let's just say that the money is where it has to be. Then you're telling me that you want me to put down only 10% of what I truly need, but come to ask you every time I'm gonna go over budget to give me another 10%? Is that what you're asking?
Isn't that the way the system's supposed to work? If they're over budget, an elected official or another
But
department...
I wouldn't be over budget if you agree to this budget and approve the budget.
If we let every department head do what we're doing here, we need another $2 million for salaries.
Are they justified? If I'm justified,
We don't know how many more new employees they're gonna hire. And right now, you
that's
don't know.
their responsibility. That's not mine. If I know exactly how many I'm gonna hire, and I'm telling you how many I'm gonna hire, or equipment that I'm gonna buy, or whatever,
We're just talking about personnel costs now.
okay?
This is stating that you're gonna hire 10 new employees next year.
No, I don't think that's what it means.
Well, I guess I kind of see what he's saying, Sean, a little bit.
That's what this
I'm just wondering if it's not something
Then you got
off
your
on a spreadsheet somewhere and make sure that
employee
it's not
listed out.
something on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I would like to look it over before it's like, because it could just
You're
be.
saying in your 23 budget, you had budgeted for all the officers you were gonna need, correct?
In 2023, absolutely. For 2024, absolutely. And that's why I'm under budget, because I look at all that and put that in there. Even though I'm close to $50,000, I budgeted for that. But I would not go over a penny, so I don't have to come up here and ask for money.
When you look on the employee breakdown, and
Angie's gonna look at it on her computer, where she's,
total cost, I mean, it does come out to that 2023 budget.
she's gonna go what?
Give or take.
Your 23 budget's pretty darn close with $55,000.
I mean, or
Right
the
now-
list you have here, even with your vacant ones. So I kind of see what he's saying, but I kind of,
Yeah, we'll see what
kind
Angie
of follow
comes with
exactly,
on her computer, where she's got that figure from.
yeah.
So right now, the 24 request is an extra $620,000, which that's 10 to 12 new employees.
Yeah, if you look at this,
I believe you, sir.
yeah,
I believe you.
I was having a hard time following what he was saying too, so that got my
Until
attention.
I seen that bottom numbers right there, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have no problem increasing the budget. I'd like to keep it somewhat in a percentage that we've got set up.
In 2024, if this deal goes through, in 2024, I'm gonna hire 4 more people. You know that. We already spoke about that.
Yep.
Okay? So that could be where it's at.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be part of it. It'd be part of it. I mean,
Yeah,
Well, it'd be a third of it,
a
so.
third.
That'd be 4 of those and 2 other people out front, there's 6
Because what we
in
told,
twenty twenty-four.
Be a 100,000 person. By the time you factor in
Which reflects in your jail budget.
which reflects in your jail.
but the benefit package, everything's in a different category, so. This is the only way, this is wages only. You know, if that 620 was setting at 220,000, I'd probably be fine with it, Tom. But that's enough for another 3 employees, 4 employees.
So let me make sure I understand where you're at, Tom. You're talking about, you've got 4 more employees that are here now, or that you're gonna hire.
So in 2024, I'll have to hire 4 more jailers
You'll hire.
to be ready for 2025 in the jail.
If the jail goes.
Okay, so that'd be 4 there and 2 that are.
There's 2 down, two more, that's right. 2
Down front.
2 or 3 downstairs, yes. 2, there's 3 downstairs, I only have 3. So there's 3 and 4, there's 7.
Okay.
7 people in 2025, 2024.
On the jail side of your budget.
Those 2 or 3
So
downstairs.
the jail and my patrol guys will be downstairs in that, for that security.
But those 2 or 3 downstairs is already inside this 33 number.
That's correct, for 2024,
They're
that's
already
right.
there, they're already there.
That's right.
The only thing we need to look at would be the 4 new ones, if the jail goes through.
Or 6, because there's gonna be 2 more to come down here.
There'll be 3 more to come down.
3 more to come down.
Be 3 more come down here, be 5 total, 5.
6, Don, we always said there's 6. There's be 6 downstairs total. 2 courtrooms, 2 at the magnetometer, 1 roaming, and 1 possibly doing transports or getting inmates from the jail, taking them to court. Because with a skeleton staff of 4 in the jail, I don't have time to take a jailer from there to do transports over to the courtroom.
I didn't realize there was gonna be a total of 6 for down here.
Yeah, they won't all be working every day, obviously, because there's only double courtrooms on Wednesdays and Thursdays. There's some court on Fridays sometimes, and again, some on Mondays and Tuesdays.
So if they just work at halftime or something.
But, right, there's 3 part-timers and 3 full-timers.
Okay.
So that's how I was gonna save some of that money to the county, even though we saved $500,000 doing that instead of putting both of us in every office here.
Yeah, that's a one-time savings.
Yeah. And she's coming, she'll come back out and
You know, we can save money in other places too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen the credit card come through and I've kept my mouth shut. It's anywhere from $6,000 to $8,000. Credit card bills, people's lunches. I mean, it's nuts. Is there anywhere we pay for their lunches? Whoever's eating out on the road or going somewhere.
Well, if my deputy makes a trip someplace and he didn't get the opportunity to go home and eat or whatever, then they're gonna eat, you know.
So they don't pack lunches or nothing like that?
No, sir. Not unless it's ahead of time that we know what's going on, but if they have to make a transport, a jail staff, they have to make a transport and it's past 5 o'clock or noon or whatever, I expect them to eat. I mean, you guys do the same thing. You know, you want something to eat.
Well, I don't pay for my employees' meals, but.
Yeah, like I said, I've had times where they're out all afternoon staying to work in a wreck, they've missed lunch and supper, and I'll take them someplace when we're done to tell them I appreciate it, and I'll buy
I
them a
can
meal.
understand.
Yeah,
I can.
so,
I can truly understand.
yeah.
Your circumstances would be.
And it's like I tell them, and I tell them, ask every one of employees. They say, thanks, boss. I say, don't thank me, thanks to Citizens Coffee Can. Everyone's paying for it. I think they deserve it. If they're out there working and they're busting their hump, least I can do is buy them a hot meal.
No,
Your situation would be different then.
Well, it is and it isn't. I understand that.
There's times to times.
Yeah, absolutely there is.
It's a
But
as needed basis.
But there's many times, and I don't know any of my employees that don't do this, but let's say we go someplace to train, you know, and we're staying in a motel obviously, or sometimes drive back and forth as opposed to, listen, we're talking about, we've gone away from here, we're training away from here. You know, probably you're getting a voucher for one meal. You know, they're on their own for lunch. A lot of times the hotel, if we're in a hotel conference center, they'll pay for lunch, but the motel is gonna pay for your breakfast. So I tell them, you're on your own until the evening meal, we'll all get together, the evening meal, you know, and then the sheriff's office will buy your meal in the evening. So there's a lot of that goes on when we go someplace, but, yeah, I hope you don't think that I'm trying to gouge the budget when it comes to our credit card bills. You're more than, I think I can justify every bill that comes across your desk.
Do you guys wanna look at some of the
You
other?
wanna move on to some of the others?
Well, yeah,
Lady?
nobody will lose their, yeah, lose the train of thought. I have a hard time. Okay.
So were you okay with their increase request of $9,000?
Yes, I think we agreed upon that, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we did talk about the bill, we flagged it.
Where's that at?
The bill to fair,
I'm assuming it's for insurance purposes, utilities, and.
what time was that?
Including 77,
Yeah.
fair building appropriation.
Yeah.
38 was the appraiser's option, personal services. You guys have that marked,
Which one?
appraiser.
38.
38.
Have you got the 6 months personnel cost in your system yet? Because the 24 projected budget for the 23's, $34,000, it's a pretty good increase.
Well, it's up over 100 from 22.
Yeah, it's over 100,000, 22.
It's 99 and some change.
Looks like right now, as of end of June, 266,433.
266,
433.
which that's 532, and she budgeted 543, so, no.
554.
So that makes it, you know, it's pretty well online then. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Next one you have is 39 is janitor maintenance. And I made an error on that one.
Okay.
When I went back and looked, it should be 246,000.
On personnel cost,
Yes,
that gets it more in line with what it was. 22 is 254.
yeah,
You said it's
246,000. So I'll get that corrected on this budget.
I think one thing we had a question there also, contractual was only 14,000 in 22, now it's 300 and 300.
Right, I tried to guesstimate on
I
what.
know we moved some stuff around.
Yeah, and so some of the stuff that they've been taking out of courthouse general should be coming out of janitor maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah, we had that discussion a while back. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, next one was tab 41. You were questioning the housing authority increase to 50,000.
I see
Under public support.
about 22.5 of it's developers incentive, I don't know what that is, because it's normally about 2,500. Demolition went up, which is fine, but the rehab's the same, and she's got some reimbursements for grant income, so.
I'm not sure I like the development incentives.
Like what,
I don't know what
Jeff?
that is.
To get developers to come in, I would assume. I don't know, I mean, that'd be like,
You drag your truck down.
yeah, maybe. Or, you know, for $25,000, build this, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it.
I never really paid attention to it.
They need to find out where that funds is going.
And that might should be 2,500 too.
Yeah, maybe it's a typo.
It might be a
Last
typo.
year was 2,500.
Right, it's 2,500, it's 5,000, yeah.
I would bet it is. Well, maybe we won't answer.
Okay, and then if it's not, she is increasing it, do you want to keep it at the 225,000? Or do you wanna go ahead and do?
It's 25,000. It was 25,000.
2,500 and then moved to 25,000.
On this developer's incentive there.
Yeah, so my question is do you wanna keep it at the 225,000 right here on county support? As it was this year?
Yeah, that's moved up $50,000, county support's moved up $50,000.
Well, 20 of it, 22.5 of it, that, and then, 5,000 in contractual. There's a 3,000 capital outlay, 4,000 in demolition, so on and so forth.
Bonjour.
When do I have to start paying for the jail? Do we know when those start?
We got okay the jail
Right now, we're
first.
deciding it.
Oh, okay. All right, I just wonder when I gotta start
Source
taking
that
money out of PD.
for timing.
Peachy, because I'll just keep renewing.
I'll run and find out.
Okay.
But you would prefer this to be at around the 225,000 if that's where,
Well, it's gonna have to go up because of.
Contractual went up 5,000.
Yeah.
okay,
And this personnel services is gonna go up.
okay.
So it's just mainly that one line that we got talking about, the developer incentive, exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, and demolition will go up.
Okay.
Yeah, demolition went up 4,000. Oh, you didn't send it to her?
No.
Oh.
No, I mean, she wasn't even with her, it was just,
Okay. Alright,
okay, so then the next one you have, well, or do you wanna?
let's go
Andy
back to
back?
sheriff. Yeah, let's go back to sheriff, if she's got.
I just think the only thing I'm looking at, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, if you remove the 6 positions of the courthouse security, if you remove those off of there, that's a huge chunk of it. So if we were not budgeting for the 3 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions, plus a vacant dispatcher and a vacant deputy position that's on here now. So they are overdone because we don't have the people hired.
But they gotta be built within your budget, and they are. Those 2 vacant spots that we're showing, you've got a salary already in place for them. You can look at that.
Because they're figuring it in their budget.
Yeah. Sometime you're gonna hire them, so their salary's already built in to the budget, but, you know, Tom says he's fully staffed now, so, but the funds are already in there.
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, I'm not even.
I guess I'm seeing what Don's seeing, but,
Come on.
Sorry.
and I don't know if you already looked at this, but he's seeing this number here, all these employees, including the vacant dispatcher, the vacant deputy, all like that. We're coming up an annual budget or an annual cost of 1.8478,
Okay,
correct?
yes, is that what you have? Would that
Yeah,
be the
that's-
same as what you, because all we do is get CP5 and put the information in, right?
But you wanna build that into your budget, because
Let me,
when you hire them, you're gonna need the funds for it. And the funds are,
But you're
they are within the
asking, you're asking
budget.
for 2.5 in the 24 budget.
Andy, does that include,
The roll pulled off is a 65, so we don't know where these numbers are coming from.
I'm not sure.
You don't know what numbers are coming from?
So that's what we can't figure out. It's already in the budget, how it jumped up that much if we take it off 65.
See, that 620 increase in 20, we have no idea where that comes from. 0 idea. And that's on the jail, which is 27.
Let's stay with the sheriff's office first.
Yeah, because you're gonna get me confused more than
They
I
all
get.
got the same issue.
Yeah, let's stay with one at a time, and then we can move on to the next one. Because they're,
Because it has to be with personnel. If that's the only thing that's changed in the jail is gonna be hire.
Let's stay with the sheriff.
I know, but I'm saying, it's gonna be the same thing with this, because that's the only thing that's changed, is I've hired 4 new, possibly 6 more employees to be out front, that's the only thing that's changed. So it's got to be something in there.
And that's why
So you're saying.
why it doesn't seem right, you understand?
So, right now, they've spent $949,491. And $491.
Nine what?
$949. So times 2, and then I did 3.5%, that would be $1,965,000. You could just round it up to $2 million for.
And the budget's for 1.9.
No,
But we know he's got.
The budget's for 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
Well, the budget.
23 was 1.925.
Yeah, 23 is 1.
Yeah.
So he's on mark,
3% on that.
he's on mark 100% for 23.
Yeah.
Yeah.
50
A
million.
little over 100%, it's gonna be near.
No, is this 1.846, is that an April through December, or is that your annual?
That would be your April through December, because right now, if we double it, you're about 1.9 now
Yeah.
with what.
For the 23 budget,
rest
they're
of this year.
right on.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that that number here is supposed to match your 220? That's where I'm getting the confusion, I guess. Where are you coming up with this number? How is this supposed to match the percentage?
Do they have a copy?
Oh, that's what I got her.
Sheet.
She's got it, I
The
think.
shop sheet. I think they figured it out. It's gotta be some little place.
There's gotta be something.
You're really there. Take your budget, 1.925, and then you just do times the. That's.
Right. Okay,
I don't know why that is more.
So you're saying in this formula?
Yeah.
This is what they're questioning.
Personal services and.
And that's page 1.
Here, with background, something's wrong with that. Or,
Personal
yeah, that was in
services
the
and.
unit. That came from that.
Then you have,
Because everything else is calculated under that. That's
And then
in
that's
the
that.
somewhere.
It has to be just an error somewhere on a spreadsheet. But I mean, you include 3 here, and you have 33 full-time.
longevity pay was,
Because everybody's gaining.
that's 4,500.
Well, it's a difference of.
Oh, different, I got you, okay.
Difference of.
So that's that, and that equals.
On the personnel services, it's gotta be something that formula is that.
Okay.
I found a copy of Don was saying.
Right, look at that.
I mean, if you added 10% to cost of living, definitely reaches well. Yeah.
Okay, the next one you had was 42.
Okay.
She thinks there's something, from what we're both were looking at, it looks like something with their formula possibly, so she's wanting to look at that.
That makes sense. I don't know what question we had on that.
You had county support, wanted to know, something on county support. And so, that's the number we'll put in, because she gets grant money, and then reimbursements from vaccines, so.
Oh. Okay.
She can put in
What number?
42 for the health department.
The personnel cost there's that 31,000, which would be 6.5%, 7%. But the question we have is on that county support.
But she's also went full staff too.
Yeah.
but she's also taking Carl's money out of that.
Yeah,
Carl's
Carl's
not,
like that too.
Carl's not, is he still?
He's
I thought they was gonna change that.
They haven't, they're,
Okay,
they're
so
keeping it
she's
for now.
factoring his wages coming out of there. Okay.
We're good.
So are you okay on that one?
Because when she comes up for reimbursement, our support is, take our support down. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one was highway, tab 50.
Which number?
They said 50, that there was just an increase.
CCO employee benefits?
Huh?
50 is like.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 52.
52 is one up.
Yeah. I was looking out here. And I have this, your question was about a case.
Well, I would say with the way things have been flip-flopping around.
The other question I had on that was 472 difference in personnel cost. 472 is 18 or 19%. I think he's fully staffed now where he prepared this, he might not have been fully staffed, but that's an assumption.
But with the increase in the wages of the top 5,
That's gonna make a difference.
that's gonna make a big
We
difference.
had positions that weren't filled for some time, and now we moved a bunch of them.
And he's gonna have a number 2 or a number 3 now.
Some things have changed in the last 6 or 8 weeks, yeah.
So. Any other questions on that one? Personnel, contractual,
Does have a substantial increase in it. But, we knew that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
He was given for the territory right now, isn't it?
I think we did Expression Bridges okay, right?
yeah, 58 under tourism.
You get close to the back.
Well. And they're just, asking for 14,000. Okay.
Well, what we questioned there, she didn't put it on our form.
That's,
We don't question the dollar amount, but we question,
yeah.
she needs to put it on a form. Casey was gonna talk to her.
Oh, okay.
Casey
So
was
did
taking,
anybody last year, if he wasn't on our form, it wasn't gonna happen.
Okay.
Casey said
Apparently
she'd
you
take,
lied.
so we might check, make
It
sure.
hasn't happened yet.
Well, you know, she just was new last year, so she probably didn't.
I'm sorry?
She started last year down there, I think. So. Okay. Next one is tab 60, mental wellness. We discussed that earlier, so are you, we're gonna wait on that.
We're just not gonna,
We're just not
we're
gonna.
gonna add to it, we're gonna hold it where it's at.
Right, okay. And then the last couple, right behind that's CASA. We do that every year. I think Wade's expressed before, and maybe Sheriff's Office, how valuable it is with the children that they help with.
Yeah, I don't touch it.
I don't wanna touch it.
That's fine.
And then the,
Once again, it's not on.
yeah, okay.
Not on the form.
Okay. And then the last one you had, corner house. They're put in a request, we've never donated or provided any funding for them before, but they are requesting, so we just need to know if you guys want to do anything for them.
We've never done anything for them before.
Yep. And they're asking for the liquor tax money, it looks like.
Well, we've used some of that to help, the other
Trying to think of it, I'm not gonna do it.
Empower Ministries,
Yeah.
so I would say right at the moment.
Where all do they operate?
It says 50-mile radius of Emporia.
Says they're requesting share
Right.
of it.
Right, we had a substantial amount sitting there.
I don't think I was.
When Empire came in, we didn't sit there so many years, we just gave them a good chunk of it.
Well, and they tried to get a hold of Lindsay and set up a meeting, and Lindsay was supposed to bring it to us, and she never did, and then
Well, I mean,
she
so
contacted
now I
me.
think that'd be why these people will want a share. I'm not seeing what's in that fund here, and it's not, there's some fluctuate. So, I would say if they come in, then we, like Empower does, I guess, all these programs are well-needed programs.
We're asking for $2,500, they said if the alcohol tax does not, says here, should the liquor tax not provide enough funds for $2,500 to the Corner House, Inc., respectfully ask that any shortfalls in this request should be allocated from the county's general fund monies.
But they're asking for 2,500, basically, wherever it comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you can't get it from liquor tax, they want us to pay it out of
I mean, they,
4,300 left in that.
so they, did you say 50-mile radius, does that say that in here somewhere?
It says here the special needs of individuals 60 and older, hold on a second, what was that at?
But I didn't know what they do in Coffee County, I guess is what I'm trying to.
They have no information about, they help law people, number of people in Coffee County. I guess I was seeing 60.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I was seeing 60.
Well, I guess my thought, I'd sure like to support it, but it'd be nice to know what they do in Coffee County. You know?
No, I didn't.
Again,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two tones,
Looking at Tom.
two tones on there. I just like the fact that Empower and some of these people come in and
And this
Tell you
is,
what they're doing.
this is just asking for,
That was all that was in the book,
Okay.
questions, except now Rhonda's here, we called to see, so we're gonna go back to,
what page?
41.
yeah, 41.
I brought my developer incentive agreement, if you guys want to look it over. We pay like $2,500 or up to $2,500 if a developer wants to, build a property. My board just thought maybe we should increase that. We kind of went back and forth a little bit on my budget on that. Because they weren't taking advantage of it, but we thought maybe with everything coming down the pipe, that's why they increased it a little bit on that. But I did make it a copy for everybody, but if you guys want one.
So that's why it increased from 2,500.
To 25,000.
And so you, the 20, I guess, run that by me again, the 2,500.
We increased it, just because we thought maybe the development of houses, so we thought that to help the developers, but
So if a developer comes in, you give them
we'll pay up
$2,500.
to $2,500 on their interest if they have a bank loan.
I see.
And that's what we thought.
So that's why you increased it to 25,000.
That's what the developer's incentive is.
And here's my agreement, if you'd like to see it with the board.
Is that something that's normally done in other counties? I've never heard of anything paying a developer to just come in to walk out with $2,500.
No, they pay their interest.
Their interest.
They pay their interest on their loan
On those
up to
loans,
2,500.
just trying to get development.
Okay.
And we've had it, taken, like, we've had some of our contractors, of course, do that and everything, but we just thought there might be some more.
I forgot about that.
Okay, that's okay.
So
Sure,
they
no
pay
problem.
interest.
I do remember that now, though.
If they pay interest of $5,000-6,000, you'll pay up to $2,500.
$2,500 on that, yes. We're just trying to stimulate some development and everything. And we're doing a lot, then we kind of slowed down, and so I decreased it, and now we're hoping, from what we hear, there should be more going on. So we want to kind of help them out a little bit.
Okay.
Working on any good grants now?
Yeah, I just turned in two, and so I'm working on those, the housing preservation, and, then another one, for moderate income and tax credits, so, yeah.
Okay.
How many dollars is that you're trying for?
Well, the housing preservation, we're like doing a match, 50/50. 50,000, 50,000. Now the moderate income, we can get up to 245,000, towards that, and then the rest will be tax credits. If we can get that, of course, we've got the other funding that they're talking about might be coming around, and so I'm kind of just pulling it all together and I can, to hopefully get some things going on out there. So.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and you can see where I increased a lot of grant money coming in.
Yeah.
It's, so, which is great, because of the state effort, so.
That's good. That's
Okay,
good.
anything else?
Thanks,
No?
Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Makes sense. 2,500.
Yeah.
Per whack.
Yeah. Per wax. Yeah, not just a program.
Right.
Just for house. All right, brings us down to the sheriff and the jail thing.
The sheriff and the jail thing. Well, I never anticipated on this day to go this long. I guess we're getting the budget done.
Wow, last time I looked up there, it said one something. Didn't say that anymore.
What was that, Angie?
So, okay, sheet five, does not, this is, what's on this sheet?
Yeah, it's $1 million.
You put it under capital.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, that, we can remove that. I mean, if we bring that down, even taking off like overtime, if we bring it down, it brings it to 27%. So the difference on your, from before, on that CP, on that front form, it says that on E for the front page, it sits right at 2.437,350. So I mean, it's just showing that if you put it less than that, it puts these all in parentheses in the negative. So you can bring it down. But like it's telling you that the salary budget is, and if I try to remove, I can bring this down 100,000, but it's, like I said, it's,
Okay, so, but,
I can put this at a 27, this would be like 27% instead of 32. But the difference is just the positions, the number of positions on.
okay, so, 1.8 is what you say your annual is, right, for this entire year, or for next year?
I don't think that's for the entire year. I think that's April to December.
Well, that's what I thought at 1 point it was, but this shows April to December, because I thought that too when I showed Dawn, I need to know, and then here's the annual.
That can't be the annual.
So you,
1.8, because I think ours now is, ours is already, for this past year was like 1.9. So I'm gonna need the budgeted more. This is saying April to December base is 1.298.
That's base,
And then your estimated overtime with an annual of 1.5.
So where does the one?
I don't know what this
This is what
calculation
got
is
him
coming from.
confused right here. This is how that confused.
Okay,
Seeing that number and then going over here and seeing that number.
okay, all right. Yeah, I can try to, I don't know, if I send it to you, it's gonna be negative. The insurance number's 3.5 and all.
Yeah, we don't want to make it so negative because we want it to be accurate.
You know what I'm saying? And if I bring it down and make everything as thin as it possibly can, to where there's no room, I can bring it and it hits at that, and that's.
Was your last year like this?
You know, I
No,
know I have to pull
it's
it.
marked up 10% last year.
I just want to see the percentage.
You want the book?
Yeah. I should look better. Or Dawn can look at it, I don't care.
I just got through looking at it.
Yeah, I seen you over there looking at it.
And the increase, for the year is 10.1, or I forget now, 10.2.
25 on this year's.
I think it's 26 or 7 on last year.
So this 1.846,572.29 is the problem.
That's what confuses me when it comes over to here,
Okay,
because
there's no way this is being anymore for ours.
yeah, because I'm looking right now.
So the 23 number's not correct, is what you're saying?
No, the 23 number is correct. She's saying this number down here,
At 1.8.
it's showing annual, if it's showing just April through December is 1.3, there's no way for the year it could be 1.8. That just does not
That's what
work.
I'm working with, 1.8.
Yeah, that's
That's what he's confusing.
yeah, I don't know how that formula is pushing into that, but I mean, we can go back and review it.
So, but even like you said,
Take 1.384 then, times 1. One 389 times 133 is 1.841. So what that bottom number is your 12 months.
This bottom number here. Okay.
Because you're at $625,047.50 now. You take that times 2, that's gonna be 1 point.
Now,
right now you're at,
I thought we were just under.
no, I'm just gonna get.
Right now, when Angie said the 6 months as of today is 949, so you take that times 2,
Times 2.
it's 1.8, it's 1.89, which is definitely, that's what the budget was for a year ago.
Yeah, and that comes
And
Right now, everything's on board, perfect.
Yeah, everything.
The request is, 620, to me, is probably too high.
Okay.
Unless we hire new employees, but, we can put 250 or 300 in there and get it down to a 15% increase instead of, 32%.
So I think the difference between what we have on there and where this number is adding up is in 23, we weren't down that many employees. So like right now.
And those employees, they're vacant, but the dollar amount is still in there. And it always has been that way.
So you're
Even though there may
saying
be 3 or 4
1.8 would be
vacancies,
correct?
their projected salary is sitting in there.
So here's what we do when we get this form. We put in the name, we put in how much they're getting paid, and then what they'll be getting paid the following year.
That's correct.
So these numbers that we don't do anything with these numbers or these front page numbers. So I don't know what that formula is, I haven't read it, I haven't seen what this formula says, but on the budget page, the budget request page, is where it's popping up that amount. It's not in the. So the one I gave you, hold on just a second, let me find it.
The vacant position gross dollars for the year is figured in the budget, when normally they would not be.
And they've always kind of been.
But they're being figured in, because if you fill it, then you've got your budget. So, which I'm okay with that.
Yeah, they're within the budget.
I mean, that's, but when we're at 1.8,
Can you pull up that front page?
Well, that's, yeah, that's not fair.
It's the front page where the adjustments
we're
are.
gonna go to 255.
This page right here. So when we put in our information off of that page, it's calculating all this in for us.
Right.
So it's putting these numbers in here, that 2.437350 right here on, what is that, C?
Yeah.
It's putting those numbers in for us.
Yeah,
So that's not,
because I created this.
yeah, that's something that we changed, so I don't know what those formulas would be.
But I think what, I'm trying to help. So like, have you already given them their step on here too, for next year?
That's current.
This is current, okay.
So if you add,
Something on here is not coming over to here right, or something. You see what I'm saying? Because,
you feel like this number should be on here somewhere?
well, I feel like it should be, if we just, so that comes up to that. You divide that out by 9, and then take that times 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that number should be carried over to this B. Okay, 16.5. So something's not right between here and here. Because I don't see that number used.
Let me flip over the other one, it's 33.
So, well, how about we just look together on this?
Yeah, that's
And then we
fine.
can figure it out.
That's fine.
Because they can change it next week.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, there's something that's not, because this number right here is what populates. And you're just putting in a number to make sure that we're over that, so we don't have any negatives.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's something that's
Something's
added
wrong
here.
from here to here.
We have to start all the way over and enter it again, you know.
Well, I don't think we need to do that, I think we just need to go back and look at the numbers, because this doubling it here.
I don't need to together.
I don't think what you're asking for is gonna be any different than what you think you're asking for. It's just that we just gotta get a discrepancy here somewhere.
I think there's a formula, just from what her and I were looking at, we think there's a formula, so we can work together on this.
Yeah, because
And get it straightened out,
I mean, you know,
and then,
that's just what this front sheet is like for me, what I'm looking at. You know, when it shows 23 was $1.9 million, and 24 is 2.5. And that's why, and you're saying, you know, those people are built into it now, there's gotta be an issue somewhere.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It was done by formula.
If you're above my head already, my pencil's not that sharp, now there's not enough eraser for here, for me to figure this out, so.
If you're working with a formula, last year, the increase came up to 10.1%. And if you're using the same formula this year, it comes up to 32%. So there's something that's out of sync.
1.7 or 1.9.
That's why, well,
You're talking 200,000.
I know, that's what they're. We can figure it out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we'll figure that out, and
So do we look, I mean, is the jail and everything gonna be the same way?
the jail looks like it is the same way.
Same way, so there's an issue there.
Lake.
Lake
Lake is pretty,
Lake's close.
yeah, Lake's close.
Lake's good, it's like, you okay with the lake?
I think I'm fine with
You know,
it. I mean, it's,
be prepared.
And then we'll figure out the sheriff itself.
The
I
big
mean, they
change,
have both.
the big change, there's capital outlay, but they're looking at a different boat.
Yeah.
I think they're looking at a different boat there.
Right.
Yeah,
What's the old-
used boat's $80,000, so I'm all right with the lake.
So the old one that we have is, well, the current one that we have is given to us by Wildlife Parks. And it'd be lucky to be able to pull that along the way. And the issue is when we have to go out there and pull a boat in, we don't have a boat sufficient enough to do it. And there's some political things going on at the state right now. They're just not wanting to just jump out and give us, you know, a $150,000 boat. So that's okay, I'll rob Peter to pay Paul again. I'll start looking for used boats. I got a connection with a guy at the Great Lakes. It's in law enforcement, might have one. Yeah, we may have to go up and get it. But I'll save $100,000 if I gotta have one.
yeah.
So I can have something sufficient to save somebody when they go down. I've got the ability to go get them and rescue them or recover.
What everybody's always told me about that lake, that for whatever reason, any amount of wind in that lake is really rough.
It's built north to south with a baffle dike completely down, two of them. And what that does is, it does two things. When the water is let out on the north end of the power plant, then it has to make a rotation to go all the way down to the south and curve back around so it gets back to the ambient temperature of the water, where it's cooled back down. It takes about 32 days, I think, 32 or 33 days. When I put those baffle dikes in there, so that water has to make a certain route, then it makes it a wind tunnel. And as most people know, wind in Kansas is north to south.
Yeah.
So when that wind is blowing, and God forbid, the wind's 21, 22 miles an hour, the way it was every time we've had a drowning. Wind's been 21 or above. The north end where a boat dock is at could be like a mirror glass. But you get down to the very south end and you get around that baffle dike, and then the wind comes up and you try to get all the way back up. I've been out there in 21 mile an hour winds from the north to the south, same as when the drowning was, and you'd have 4-foot wakes coming in that boat.
Yeah.
And we're in a 21-foot Boston whaler, but you can't sink if you tear it in half. And those, unfortunately, those guys that had drowned, the first ones, were in a 14-foot Champion bass boat with about a 6-inch freeboard. So only that much area between the bottom of the water and the top of the boat. When you have 3-foot wakes coming in, and folks don't, I've got video, I know what it was, because I've been there on the wake.
Oh, I could imagine.
And there's no way that you can keep water out from that boat. So what do? You either raise it up, run your prop, cover your prop, and you try to bring it that nose up and try to get through the waves. But what happens then with those waves is you start porpoising. And that's what your boat does. It hits those waves, it comes back down again. And what happens then is that nose goes into water at some point and you're swamped.
You scoop it up.
And then what happens is you've got 25, 30 degree water, you've got about 15 minutes before your body just shuts down due to hypothermia. So we just need a boat capable of keep my people safe and be able to go out and rescue somebody when that
Totally
happens.
understand.
Yeah, and so it's just, I'm not gonna play the games that they keep playing. I'm just gonna do what I gotta do to get this special boat. Then what we'll do is take the boat we currently have, our wildlife parks, and we'll go put it in our shed and we'll keep it for when ours is broke down at Melbourne to get, motor work done or whatever, I've got a spare boat.
Right.
We've always had that until just recently. So it's just the times, just the way it is. So, trying to save taxpayer dollars. I'm going that back down too. There's 5 of them down.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Angie.
Angie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, because.
We totally support your.
I know you do. It's just,
You know.
yeah, when start talking numbers about that, unless I've got Angie with it, Peter telling me step by step. And it should be done all, not against, I'm not pointing towards Angie. Those formulas, you get one of those off, and then again, we're off. And so we all assume that once we plug a number in and push enter, it's gonna be right. So,
I
again,
fully appreciate you and Tom and your officers, so.
I know.
I'd like to get a little more
I
closer
know,
back.
I'm not mad at you. So, we'll see y'all later.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, so, I'll help Angie figure out that formula issue, because it does appear that is what is the case is. And so those extra funds that they have, that we already have in the budget, do you want me to put those on capital, general fund capital? Because it's about $900,000.
On your, talking about the phone.
Yeah, if we can get it figured out, and it appears that it might be over about
We're
$800,000,
$814, right, $814 right now.
and then the jails, whatever it is,
So
over.
the jail and sheriff's both big.
Yeah,
Add them together is $814.
okay, 814, so if it's around $800,000, you want me to put that under general fund capital outlay line item with the projects that are coming up next year and all that? That'll give you about $2 million there.
But chances are he's gonna need more employees, so, you know, if it's 15% increase, I wouldn't have it, but 32 just a little much.
You know, we are gonna be paying more if we go with this, not capers, but.
Because that'll be in the benefit package some way.
Right,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying, we're gonna be paying more in out of the budget somewheres.
Yeah.
For that deal, if we choose to go that route.
KPNF.
KPNF, yeah. And so, I mean, that's gonna be an added expense to the county if we choose to go that route.
Right. I'm gonna hit Mark down to bring back up October 1st.
Yeah, we gotta make a decision about it.
Or we gotta make a decision by that.
Yeah. The deadline.
But that would be an account that we could move around if we needed to.
Yeah, as long as you can do all you do with it, whatever.
Then you have to get that to the auditor so he can
Right,
take.
and that's what I'm asking you for today, because I want to try to get everything squared away. I think we've got all the questions answered here, so, I've got the mental wellness moved, because it's this extra money there, and then I think everything else is good to go.
Good, that's gonna make our revenue neutral thing look a whole lot better.
Yeah.
And then you have that motion,
Oh, yeah.
for the waive landfill fees.
Motion to waive landfill fees for the roll-off container used during Fair Week for the 4-H.
What's the move?
I'll second that.
Moved by Meats, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. I will let Mr. Kirk know.
So these road permit things are gonna do.
That's just
It's just
for your
FYI.
information.
Okay, we didn't need to do anything. None of them. Okay.
Oh, and I did briefly visit with Sydney. She got a copy of that, environmental asbestos report, and she said they may be able just to skate around that completely, so.
What I'm afraid of, they pull somebody in that's gonna run a report, and, there's gotta be, the courthouse was built in this era, there's gotta be.
Dig and dig and dig.
And then they're not gonna dig, so then you're gonna have somebody come in, doing remodeling, pricing it to be asbestos or lead, and you're gonna pay an elevated friggin' price for that, which,
That sounding very interesting. He's having a rough day.
I'm having a rough day. I was really mad at her.
I can tell. I will back you. I was just trying to get it. I thought it, I don't know, my mindset sometimes is, I bid jobs, and you get into them, and you're like going at it, and you're going at it. Oh my God, this ain't working out, I need to get going and stop the bleeding, do whatever I gotta do. So I went into panic mode, so to speak, for the sheriff and everything else.
I see the importance of it, but I did not like the idea of getting something started, and then they've got you right where they want you.
So, that's why there's 4 or 5 of us here, so.
Yeah.
One's got one mindset, and the other's got another. That is true.
I didn't mean for this last discussion to take as long as what it did.
No,
It was a good discussion, and I'm, there's your.
Don, your numbers,
There's something wrong there, I feel like this.
I wish I
All right.
could do a quarter of your numbers.
No, I don't know all the numbers, but
No,
you caught that real quick, it's like not till the discussion got deeper did I catch it.
I think you need to have a discussion on it, that's what we did last time.
Yeah, it'd be
Nope,
fine.
That's fine. It's out, we figured Angie, and Angie's gonna figure it out, and
So we saved almost $1 million.
almost $1 million today. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, if nobody has anything else, any no new roundtable, anybody spark anything, forget memory? Money, can't sign any more checks. We'll adjourn at 3:45. Flip the switch.